you want, you can add these like little flags on either side. Maybe something like this. And try to make this as straight as possible. Make them into a sign. I'm going to go over here. So it's further away. I want to make this one smaller. So maybe this one is coming out this way. So maybe the top is coming out here. And then maybe this one has several colors. Maybe I've got blue stripe. So notice I'm curving these stripes to give it the illusion that my umbrella is rounded. I'm trying to make it look a little bit like a beach ball. And so another thing that you could add to here. seems like the further the water gets away from it, gets a little darker. Just kind of happens to our eyes. So that it's deeper. The deeper the ocean goes, the darker. So the closer it is, it's kind of mixing the. So I'm seeing a few different shades of blue. I do want to leave a little bit of white, just kind of help show reflection on the just go with this white. And again, I'm not going to leave this white area. Now, another thing that's kind of fun, if you wanted to, again, this is our picture, so you can add what we want. If you want to add in, a little island back here, you can. You can maybe make it a little bit bumpy and rocky. Put some brown. You can use purple if you want. If you want to make it for some chairs, what you could like, kind of these right here. You could draw these very kind of almost like little lawn chairs, very simple. Go to the back. And it's like a little bit of a. So I'm just kind of creating like the illusion. I'm not drawing like super duper detail. Just trying to make it look like, okay, there's a couple chairs out there. And there would also be a little bit of shadow. I can see the shadow. So instead of using gray, because it kind of looks gray, but if you're using this one, it almost looks kind of bluish. It might be just bluish or purplish. I'm going to try to just a little bit. I'm just going to a little bit of shadow in here. I've got my starfish in here, so maybe I'll just kind of go around here a little bit, look off the page. And if I do that in the bit too, it's kind of shadow underneath the chairs. I'm going to put a dog on the picture. Just like a hint of a dog, kind of like. And maybe if you want to draw people, so people are kind of hard to draw. So I'm going to do more of a silhouette of a person. And so I'm going to do them more far away. The ones up close would be a little bit hard. So we're just going to kind of pretend like, these guys are swimming in the ocean. In fact, what we could do, we just draw kind of like a little head peeking out, kind of just like a little head. A little shadow of a head peeking out over here. It sounds like someone's in the water swimming, enjoying their time. And maybe over here, I'm going to draw just like the hint of a dog, so you can kind of like there's these dogs, but I'm going to draw them really far away. It's kind of looking at the ocean, so I'm going to draw the body, which is kind of like an oval shape. And let me zoom in a little bit so I can see a little dog. Some ears. That's here. I'm just making it very simple. I'm going to use that same kind of shadow color, a little bit of a shadow underneath him. So from the sky, If you want to make it like there's a little person sitting here, what I would do is just maybe, so then I'm just going to kind of draw them in silhouette. So I'm going to draw the shoulders here. And I'm just going to draw them in shadow and like the legs, like he's sitting down. And maybe there's another person, maybe this person is kind of swimming in the water with like a surfboard or something. So now, if you want to do some clouds, so I'm going to kind of do like a nice bright sunny day. So maybe, the sky you can have fun with. You can really do your sky in any color. Because it's a bright sunny day, I think I'm going to stick with kind of these blue colors. I like these big, fluffy white clouds. I really like the big, fluffy clouds. So to create that distance, that kind of space, that things are going back in space, I'm going to draw some really low clouds. I'm just going to do these like almost like cotton ball clouds. So just way back here, and let it kind of go behind my umbrella there. And zoom in a little bit. And maybe I'll do, and then over here, I think I'll draw a bigger one. So I'm going to make it look, okay, so in the middle of the page, so a little bit bigger. And really furry, just really teeny tiny cloud, just a little small, puffy little clouds. And then at the top of the page, I would, just to make it look like, oh my gosh, it's almost, I look up and there's like a big cloud. So I'm going to let that one go off the page like that. And maybe I'll put one more over here. And then maybe, because like the sun's kind of, I might just draw like part of the sun. If you want to put, you don't have to put the sun in there. The sun could be higher up in the sky. Because my shadows are kind of dramatic, they're kind of going this way. I'm going to put the sun over here. And if you want to do some fun sun rays, you can, or you can just leave it kind of very simple. And then, so now you can see my whole picture. Oops. And I just want to add a little bit of color in my sky. I do want to leave my clouds white. So I'm going to choose a shade of blue. I'm going to keep it a lighter shade, just keep it like it's a nice sunny day. I'm going to kind of use the edge of it so I can really... and again, so this should all blend together so you won't see all the lines so much. You might see them a little bit, but that's okay. And that's kind of adding a little bit of texture in here. Maybe at the bottom of the horizon line, I might want to make it a little bit lighter. So the horizon line always seems to be a little bit lighter. You can even make your sky sunset, so you do not have to, so even though we're all doing the same picture, it's very important for you guys to know that you, as an artist, you have a voice, and if you want to make a sunset sky, here, make those clouds stand out just a little bit more, because I can blend that with my water in it. So I'm going to take my water, now that I'm in here, so this is where you see how just adding a little bit of water, it really starts to blend the markers together. But it's kind of cool because you can still see a little bit of that texture, and you kind of just add something. So sometimes when you're like working at home, you may not think to add water to your markers. But I love them because they kind of turn into watercolor. kind of blend the dark blue into the light blue a little bit. Edge of the cloud. I'm going to keep those clouds nice and white. I think I'm going to leave my umbrella. I might add just a light gray on the inside of this umbrella, just to make it look like it's really on the inside. The sun shining down, a little bit of a shadow on the inside part of the umbrella. Hello. Let's see, it looks like we have Rosie and Shivanji. I think people are still hopping into the classroom. So we have about 5 more minutes, but I just want to say hi. My name is Miss Shanna, and it's good to see you. Let's see. Let me see. I'm going to ask to unmute you. I can't hear you, so if you want to... Can you hear me? I think you can unmute yourself. I'm not sure. There you go. Hi, are you Rosie? Or is that Mom? Is Mom Rosie?
Yeah.
Hi.
Hi.
Nice to meet you. My name is Miss Shanna, and yeah, we're just waiting for a few other students to hop on. And honestly, I don't know who's hopping on because it's kind of like a free trial, so I hope lots of people hop on, but we'll just give it a few more minutes. And yeah,
Okay.
we're using washable markers, so they don't have to be the same as mine. They can, be whatever markers you might have. And a cup of water and a brush. This is more towards the end of class, so you don't have to worry about it right this minute. And then some watercolor paper or cardstock will work too. Okay. And then if you guys are new to our program, what we've been doing with our online classes is we've been adding kind of art history to the beginning of it, just a short 5 minutes. And this summer we're going to be talking about more, instead of focusing on one artist like we did during the school year, we're going to kind of talk about an era. And so you guys get a little bit of art history, just like 5 minutes worth, and then we'll go into our super fun project. Emilio and Lorenzo. Okay, now I know your names. Nice to meet you. Hello. Welcome to art class.
Hello.
How are you? And is this
This is Min.
Min? Okay, I think yes, Min. Hi Min, how are you today?
I'm good.
Good.
Yeah, we was trying to use the password, but it doesn't work.
Oh,
so I sent an email, but then I figured out that if I just click to the link, I think the password embedded into the link.
Oh, okay.
So it was okay, but the password itself, I think.
Oh no, I'm so sorry. I wonder what this.
No, don't worry. Okay. Yeah, I just wanted to let you know.
I'm glad that yeah, thank you for letting us know. Hopefully it's works well for other classes.
Yeah.
I know we've been on a break for 3 weeks, so this is like our first day coming back, getting into the swing of things. So there's always, technical issues. I feel like the first day of class.
Okay, so we need something. Mommy, to make for your water and paper towel.
The water part will come more towards the end of the class. You guys don't have to worry about it right this minute, but yeah, it's nice to have it kind of off to the side. And then if anyone has to use the bathroom really quick, kind of get that out of your system, that we don't miss anything. Or if you need a sip of water, grab a sip of water. I've got my water right here. All right. Oh, there we go. Got some more students. Hi, is this Gianna?
You will need water paper, so you can use this one. Okay.
So welcome. I'm going to give it like one more minute. Sometimes when people are new to this class, it takes them a minute to sign on. So generally, we start roughly 3 to 4 minutes in the class, and then I'm going to do a quick little art history lesson. That usually lasts about 5-6 minutes, and then we go into our really fun art project. And we're using the washable markers, so it's okay if you don't have the same ones that I have. Cup of water brush, we're going to use that more towards the end of class, with a paper towel, and then watercolor paper or cardstock. Watercolor paper will work a little bit better just because the paper is kind of made to work with water, but if you have cardstock, it'll work fine too. It just may not blend quite as much, but it should work fine. Okay, so it looks like we've got 5 trials today. Yay! I'm so happy you guys are all here today. Oh, my name is Miss Shanna, for those of you who don't know. And we have some more people coming on. Hello, Darren. Hopefully hi, Darren. How are you?
Good.
Welcome to art class. My name is Miss Shanna. So I hope everyone's having a wonderful summer so far. It's been really hot these past few weeks. And some more. I'm gonna get started. I'm gonna give it 1 more minute, 1 or 2 more minutes. Just the first day of any class. Just people are just kind of getting used to trying to get logged in and everything. So yeah, today we're using the washable markers, and you'll need a cup of water, a brush, paper towel, more towards the end of class, but it's nice to have it kind of off to the side. And then watercolor paper or cardstock should work. Okay, I'm just going to one more minute and then let's go ahead and get started. I'm really glad all of you could join us today. This is super exciting. So I really appreciate that everyone has themselves on mute. If you do have a question, you can unmute yourself, but then mute yourself again. Oh, you cannot hear? Try turning up. Can everyone else hear me? Okay. Yeah? Okay, I'm getting some thumbs up. Try turning up the volume on your computer. Let me see. Okay. Hopefully everyone can hear me okay. I want to get started. So again, my name is Miss Shanna. So I'll be your art teacher for today. And today we're going to do a really fun kind of beach scene, in spirit of summer, since we're all on summer break, right? Okay, so I picked out these really fun kind of umbrella pictures, and we can add some other fun things into them as well. And the first thing I'm going to start with is I'm going to draw the beach. But actually, you know what? I want to do a little art history lesson with you guys. It's just going to take about 5 minutes. And I'm going to show you guys some pictures really quick. So let me show you these pictures. So these, there is a movement called the Hudson River School, and it was a mid-19th century American art movement. So this piece was done by Frederick Edwin Church. And I guess they were really focusing on realism. This is by John Frederick Kensett, so kind of nice ocean scene, which is what we're focusing on today. Here's another one by Susie Barstow. It was a group of landscape painters who were influenced by Romanticism. And so Romanticism was an art movement that emphasized inspiration, subjectivity, and of the individual. So I know those are kind of big words, but it was just like a they call it like the Romantic movement. It's just kind of like nice pictures of mostly landscape. So here's another kind of lake scene with some trees. The Hudson River School paintings reflect three themes of America in the 19th century: discovery, exploration, and settlement. They also depict American landscape where human beings and nature coexist peacefully. So yeah, if you kind of look at these pictures, it does feel very, very peaceful, very calm, like nice landscape scenes. Let's see. Characterized by their realistic, detailed, and sometimes idealized portrayal of nature, Thomas Cole is generally acknowledged as the founder of the Hudson River School. And there were a number of women artists, which is nice. So there were Susie Barstow, Eliza Pratt, and Julie Hart Beers. So yeah, some nice paintings. All right, so if you guys, we always encourage our students to kind of look up the artists we talk about, or now this summer we're going to really focus on art movements. So this one again was all about Romanticism and the Hudson River School. So, all right, so I have got my markers over here, and I'm going to find a yellow, because I'm going to kind of I'm going to start with my beach. And so I'm going to look at this picture for now. I always like to have reference pictures, and I'm not going to copy them exactly because I really want us to kind of find our own voice and use some of our own colors. So what I'm going to do is find a nice yellow. I'm going to use this kind of medium yellow because I think it'll show up better on my picture. Oh, there's someone else coming in. And if we look at, I kind of like the what's going on here on the beach. There's kind of this little, it's not like a perfect straight line, so we're kind of getting this nice curve of the waves coming onto the beach. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to start maybe a little bit lower on my page, maybe just a little bit lower than halfway. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to kind of just, so when you find your color, can everyone see that okay? Is that dark enough? And I'm going to kind of just start coming out here like this. I'm going to go in just a little bit. Okay. And I'm going to kind of create, give me 1 second. Okay, sorry about that, guys. I was getting some messages. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I want to kind of create this little S curve for my beach. So I'm going to draw, if you guys know how to draw a letter S, I'm going to kind of bring this in. And do you see how I kind of drew like a letter S there? So I kind of brought my sand in, and I'm going to draw this like little letter S. And that just kind of helps bring that little curve in there. So it kind of looks like the water's kind of coming in at like a nice angle. And then once you have that little letter S, I'm going to kind of bring this in over a little bit more. And if you wanted to, you could even do another little letter S. I might make this one smaller, maybe slightly, not the exact same shape, just to kind of make it a little different. And then I'm just going to kind of bring it over off to the side. So it does not have to look exactly like mine, so don't worry if yours looks a little different. Okay, I want to make sure, so one thing about art is that we all work at our own pace, so I might take a little pause just to make sure everyone's caught up. And if anyone ever has any questions, you can unmute yourself for a second and ask me questions. Okay, so I think everyone's kind of looking at the screen, so it looks like we might be ready to move on to the next step. So what I'm going to do now is I might use a few different shades of yellow and maybe even a light brown. And what I'm going to do is I'm just going to kind of color in my sand a little bit. So you don't have to make it super perfect. I'm not going to spend, my whole time coloring my sand, because later on when we add water, it should blend all the colors together. So I think I'm going to start with my lighter color first, and hopefully you guys can kind of see the yellow on there. It's very light on the screen. But I'm just going to kind of color it in real quick. And then I'm going to go back to my kind of original color, and I'm just going to add a little bit other color, kind of blend it in here and there. You can decide how much you want to use. And I might even add in a little bit of brown, just a hint of it here and there, not too much. And later on when I blend it in with water, it should look kind of like a nice kind of light beige color, like sand. Okay, so, I still see some heads down kind of working, so I'm going to give it like few more seconds, and then we'll, I think what I'm going to do next is work on some umbrellas. Another thing that we discussed during art class is we introduced the elements of art and principles of design. So there's 7 elements of art and there's 7 principles of design. So today, I really want to focus on space, like how when things go back in space, they get smaller. So, for example, I'm going to draw a large umbrella here to make it look like it's close to us, and I'm going to draw a smaller umbrella over here to give that distance, make it look like it's farther back in space. So you guys can choose any color you want to do for your umbrellas. So I'm going to look kind of at the shape of these umbrellas. Let me kind of pull out one of these pictures here. Notice how it has this nice curve, kind of stretched out curve. Almost, it reminds me kind of a rainbow line, right? So what I'm going to do is, I think I'm going to choose a nice bright red, but you guys could choose any color. It could be pink or blue or purple, green, whatever your favorite color is, you decide. And I think I'm going to put my first umbrella somewhere over here. And I want to make it look like it's nice and big. It's closer to us. So anything that's closer to us is going to look bigger, taller. And what I'm going to do is, I don't want to make it too big. I don't want to take up the whole space, but I think I'm going to go roughly about half. So I'm going to kind of draw that nice kind of curved rainbow line. So somewhere up here, a little bit above the half line. And I'm just going to draw like this kind of stretched out rainbow line, something like that. I want to kind of make it look like we can see a little bit of the inside part of the umbrella. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to draw another rainbow line, but it's going to be not quite as tall as that one. So it's going to be another rainbow line, and it's just going to be a lighter curve. So it's going to look almost like a half moon shape. If you want to keep it really simple, you can keep it like this, or if you wanted to add some of these like little flaps that are kind of on the bottom of some of the umbrellas, I'll just show you how to do that. So you can kind of decide if you want to follow along or just leave it as is. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to take, it's almost like a little bit of a curved rectangle or oval shape, kind of just going right along that same line underneath. And I think I can probably fit 3 or 4 of these, so it's okay if you fit fewer or more depending on the size of your umbrella. I think I can fit about 3 to go across. So again, you don't have to add those if you don't want to, but just like a little extra detail. So as you notice, you can see just a hint of the inside part of the umbrella. So what I'm going to do for this bottom part, this time I'm going to draw a smile line. So I'm going to start from this outside area, and I'm just going to draw kind of like this really stretched out smile line. I'm going to bring it all the way over to the other side like that. And again, if you want to kind of add some of those kind of like little flaps that kind of hang down, go ahead and add some of those. I might be able to fit a few more now, because it's kind of the other side, a little further away. And add those like that. Once you have those, looking at our umbrellas, look at how many different designs there are. So we've got one that's very colorful with pink, yellow, green. This one, if you look up close, it's got some blue stripes going more horizontally. There's a simple white one. We've got some red ones. So I'm sure you guys have all seen umbrellas. This one has some yellow stripes. So you can kind of have some fun with the design. I think I'm going to keep mine pretty simple and maybe just kind of go with more of like a simple red kind of striped. And what I'm going to do is, so I want to kind of mark the top of my umbrella. So I'm just going to kind of do like a little line. So this will be kind of like the top part of the pole of the umbrella, and we'll add the bottom part in just a minute. But from this line, what I'm going to do is I'm going to kind of draw a line down, but it's going to be curved. I want to keep the illusion that my umbrella is very curved. So by drawing a curved line instead of a straight line, it gives the illusion that my umbrella is rounded. So I'm going to go ahead and color in one stripe. And you don't have to, again, you don't have to follow my design exactly. You could maybe, if you want to make the lines thinner or thicker, different colors, you're absolutely welcome to do that. But I'm always going to start at this top middle point, and then this time I'm going to bring the line down just a little bit. I'm going to keep that curve, so I'm still curving it a little bit. Anything to the left side is going to curve this way, so I'm going to kind of thicken up this line again. Now that I'm kind of going the other way, I'm going to curve the opposite way. So I'm going to start here again. I'm going to draw kind of a stripe going down. I'm going to curve it, come in just a little bit, and then I'm going to go ahead and color in this line. Start back where at the very tippy top again. Come in just a little bit, create another curve. And so you might have more stripes or fewer stripes. It really depends on the width that you created your stripes. There's no rights or wrong. So yeah, mine's going to have 4 red stripes and 3 white stripes on the top. Or I could even come in with another color. I could fill in those white stripes with another color. So that's kind of the fun thing about art, is you can create whatever you want. Now on the inside part, I'm going to do the same thing, but notice the lines are going to be much shorter. So I kind of just want to kind of visualize. So I'm going to kind of just make like one little stripe here. It does not have to line up with these at all, because it's the other side of the umbrella. You kind of want to make it look a little different. So I think I'll add one in the center here. And notice I'm kind of going in between. So if you did happen to create these little flaps, I'm going to kind of leave those white and just go kind of in between there and kind of just fill in a few of these little stripes. Like so. Do you guys all happen to have like a light gray color? If you do, kind of give me a thumbs up. No? Some of you do, some of you don't. If you do happen to have a light gray, I'm just trying to think of another option. Maybe a light blue, if you have a light blue, or maybe a light purple. Kind of more of like, I'm thinking of like a shadow color. So something that is, but more on the lighter side. So let's see if I can show you an example. This is kind of like a light purple. So the reason I'm going to use a little bit of gray, but you could use like a light blue or something. I'm going to add a little bit of gray. So these stripes I think I'm going to keep white. But to make it look like there's a little bit of a shadow on the inside of my umbrella, I'm going to fill in these other stripes gray. Now, if you want to leave them white, you can just leave them white. If you feel like, no, I don't want to add any blue or gray or anything, you don't have to add this color. But this is just going to kind of create the illusion of kind of like that inside-outside, sort of like here. So if we're looking at this umbrella, notice how on the inside it's just slightly darker. And so I'm just adding just a little bit of a gray color, but you might even be able to use blue. So let me see, I could use like a light blue, that would work too. So just to kind of show you, to give it that kind of shadow in there. All right, so now I want to create the pole. So I think I'm going to use a dark color like a black. So I think sometimes they're silver, sometimes they're white, but you know, this is art. We can really make our the pole any color we want. I think I'm going to use a dark color, a black. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to start at the top again. So that little tiny mark that we made at the top, I'm going to go ahead and color it in black now. Now, what I want to do is I'm going to bump and jump. So I don't want to draw a line through this part because then it'll look, the perspective will be off. I'm going to bump and jump. So I'm going to go underneath. I'm going to bump and jump. I want to go right, I'm going to make a little dot there so you guys can kind of see where. And I'm going to zoom in a little bit so you guys can see a little bit better for the umbrella. So do you guys see how underneath, so if you created the flaps, you're going to go underneath the flaps. If you did not create the flaps, you're going to go right underneath that top line. And I'm just going to draw a nice straight line down into the sand. So probably, I don't want to make it too long, but what I'm going to do is I'm going to draw a nice straight line, just kind of go nice and slow. Don't worry if it's a little bit crooked. With art, you don't have to be super perfect, but I'm just kind of going nice and slow, trying to make it nice, nice straight line. And I just went maybe a couple of times just to kind of really darken that line up. And it's going right into the sand. So there's my first umbrella. How's everyone doing so far? Everyone having fun? Doing good? Yay! Excellent! Yay! Beautiful! Oh my gosh, let's see, is that Shivanji? I don't know if I'm saying your names right. That is beautiful. I love those colors. Oh, nice, Mean. Oh my gosh, I love the purple and the red. Shivanji, do you have a question? You can unmute yourself.
My name?
Oh, you're unmuted.
My name is Shivanj.
What's that?
His name is Shivanj.
Shivanj. Okay, Shivanj. Nice to meet you. Thank you for correcting me on your name. I love it. I love the blue colors. And let's see, Emilio and Lorenzo, I just saw yours too. These are looking so good so far, everyone. Gianna, beautiful. I love that everyone is choosing your own colors. So I love that nobody's looks exactly like mine. Everyone's doing purples and blues and pinks. I love it. It's turning out beautiful. And then it's Shivanj. Is that your brother?
Yeah.
Nice to meet you. What's his name?
His name is Shivanj. His name is Shrish.
Shrish?
Yeah.
Nice to meet you, Shrish. Yours is looking beautiful too. So yeah, every once in a while, I love that you guys show me your picture. Everyone looks like they're caught up. Everyone's at the same page. So let's go ahead and draw a second umbrella. So I'm going to draw a much smaller umbrella back here, and that's going to help us give us that like distance and space and perspective, okay? So go ahead and choose a different color. Maybe you want to do a completely different color umbrella than the first one. I think I'm going to go with blue. And what I'm going to do is I'm still going to go above the water line, not as tall, so there's a long distance between the umbrella and my sand. I'm going to go not quite as high, maybe leave about this much distance. So I'm going to do the same thing. I'm going to kind of draw another rainbow line, but I'm going to do it much smaller. So I want it to look like it's further away. And this time I might even give it a little bit of a tilt. And what I mean by that is I might have one end of my umbrella come down a little bit lower. So not too low, but just so it doesn't look so, everything doesn't look so perfectly straight up and down. It's nice to have like a little bit of variety in angles and stuff. So, so I just did kind of a smaller, slightly diagonal rainbow line. And then this time, instead of kind of creating the inside part, I'm going to have it maybe look like it's the umbrella is really facing the ocean. So this time I'm just going to do my smile line like so. So I'm going to really simplify this time because it's further away. I don't need to get quite as detailed. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to go right into, I'm going to use my dark black again to create the kind of the pole of the umbrella. Because it's at an angle, I'm going to have it kind of going at an angle like so. Maybe not quite that much, maybe like that. So what I want to do first is I'm going to draw the top part. So I'm going to go a little bit onto the umbrella this time, since we're kind of looking at it at a slightly different angle. So just not too far. So before, you can see I did this one right on top of the umbrella. This one I'm just going a little bit onto the umbrella, and I'm going to have it kind of pop up just slightly above the umbrella, like so. And again, I'm going to do the bump and jump. So I'm going to kind of jump down here, kind of create my little dot so that it looks like it's in a straight line. And I'm going to go ahead and draw my line. Just go straight, you know, slow so you get that nice straight line. And you can decide where. I don't want it to be too long. I'm just going to go kind of just a little bit into the sand, about right there. So with the, if you wanted to get creative again, you can either leave it a nice simple line, or if you kind of wanted to do more of that more kind of like little detail on the edge of the umbrella, you can. It's up to you. So yeah, I think I'm gonna have a little bit more fun with the color. I think I'm gonna do something more like this umbrella. So what I'm gonna do first is I'm going to break up the space a little bit first. I think I'm just gonna use my dark blue that I started with, and I'm gonna start at the bottom of this little line right here. And what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna kind of break it up. So I'm gonna kind of start here, and I'm gonna draw a curved line coming down like this. I'm gonna draw another one going almost straight down, maybe just a slight curve like that. And notice each line I'm starting at the bottom of this little, the pole that we drew. And then I'm going to draw another curved line, kind of have it coming down to here. And now to really kind of give it some perspective, what I'm going to do is, so I'm still starting at the bottom of this line, but this time I'm going to go kind of back. I'm almost like, think of it as like a curved line, and it's gonna come back to this line. So I'm creating, okay, mine got a little messed up. I'm just going to color that part in blue so that that part will be blue. I'm going to draw another little line to the right side. So it's going to be just a curved line, another little rainbow line that touches the edge of the umbrella. So now you kind of have that perspective where it's all coming out of that center pole, and it gives you that nice feeling of umbrella. So now, if you want to, you can color in your umbrella spaces any color you want. You can do a similar stripe pattern like that if you want, or you can get really creative. And color each space a little bit differently. You could even draw, you know, polka dots on it if you wanted to. The fun little design. I'm going to keep mine kind of simple. Mine kind of looks almost like a beach ball. It's very colorful. Yeah, a little purple back there. Okay. All right. And so there, I have my second umbrella. Okay. Okay, so what I want to draw next is, I think I'm going to go ahead and draw my horizon line. So the horizon line is where the sky meets the earth. So the ocean would be the horizon line. So I'm going to choose kind of a darker blue for my horizon line. And you can decide where you want it be, where you want your horizon line to be. I think I'm going to make mine just underneath maybe this umbrella. It might have to bump and jump over this one. So you can decide where you want it to be. So I want to have a nice large sky. So I'm going to kind of go a little bit lower. And I'm going to come over here and draw a straight line. I'm going to stop at my first umbrella. Bump and jump. Then I'm going to continue my line over until I hit the other umbrella. And then I'm going to bump and jump over that one. So don't worry if it's not perfectly straight. We're going to color in our ocean a little bit, so yeah, it's okay. So one thing I kind of want to show you is that notice how in both of these pictures, the ocean, it gets really dark along the horizon line, and then as we get closer to the sand, it gets lighter. You get this beautiful kind of aqua blue, clear color. That's because as you go further out, the ocean is a lot deeper, so it looks darker, and then as we get closer to the sand, it kind of mixes with the light colors of the sand and gives it that, and it kind of reflects off the sky, so we get that like really pretty lighter blue. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to kind of continue with my darker blue, and I'm just going to do some like kind of just very simple light waves, kind of going like this. So I'm not making them super, you know, when you think of waves, you think of like these really strong curves, but since, you know, it's kind of a more mellow ocean day, the water's not super choppy or windy, and I'm just kind of doing these like little waves. As I work my way down, I think I'm going to switch to a lighter blue, kind of a medium shade of blue. So you can decide what color you want that to be. You even start kind of in the darker blue and just kind of add a little bit of a lighter blue into the darker blue and work my way down like this. So creating, again, some of these waves. Now, what I want to do is once we're really close to the shore of the beach, if you've ever gone to the beach, which I'm sure most of you have, you'll notice like it's kind of it's very faint here, but you'll notice like whenever the ocean hits the ocean hits the beach, you'll see that little white kind of foam color, right? Where the hold on, guys, sorry. Where the water is hitting the sand and it kind of creates that little foamy area. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take a really light color, so maybe like this, I kind of have this light, pretty, almost like aqua blue color, and I'm going to just kind of add almost like, can you guys see that? So see how they kind of almost look like clouds there? Just like puffy, but it's kind of going to represent the foam that's hitting the beach a little bit. So I'm just kind of doing these very kind of puffy, curved lines. So hopefully you guys can see that. I'll hold it a little bit closer so you guys can see those lines that I made. You could even use a darker color if you want to make it here. I'll use this color so it stands out a little bit more. And then kind of with this, if you happen to have a lighter aqua blue or like a light, very light green, you can kind of fill in. Again, I'm just kind of doing these not super strong waves, but just adding a little bit of this color in, letting it blend into my other blues back here. Because later on we add some water, they should blend in nice and beautiful. Okay. All right, so now we kind of have a little bit of this like distance going in there. So now let's we can add some details. Do you guys want to maybe draw a starfish? Should we put a starfish on our beach? I'm gonna find like an orange or a red for my starfish. And looking at a starfish, it's got 5 arms, and I'm gonna make him nice and big. I think I'm gonna put him over here in this corner. So maybe maybe it's something that I found in the ocean and I brought it back over here. So I'm gonna make it kind of big, like it's close up to me. We can even put a couple starfish closer to the beach, smaller, again to show that kind of space and distance. So the way I like to draw starfish, I kind of start, almost pretend like I'm drawing like a letter A. I'm going to kind of draw it a little bit sideways though, just so it doesn't look too straight up and down, so it looks like it's more laying on the beach. So kind of pretend like I'm drawing like a tall letter A. And then as it kind of falls over, I'm going to draw another arm, and I'm kind of drawing another sideways letter A. Then I go the other opposite side, come out that way, and another sideways letter A. And then I gotta fit in 2 more little arms here, so I'm gonna kind of have this one come off here a little bit. And I think of them as like letter A's that kind of fell upside down. So this arm's going to go a little bit off the page, and I actually kind of like how that looks, so don't worry if your anything goes off the page. Like if your umbrella happened to go off the page a little bit, that is okay. It actually kind of creates a little bit of interest, like, hey, this picture goes beyond that. Beautiful! Oh, it's looking so good, Shivanj. I love it. Wonderful. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and color in my starfish. If you haven't done so already, go ahead and color him in. And then once he's colored in, I'm gonna grab a darker color. It doesn't necessarily have to be black. It could be a red or blue, whatever color you want to use. Maybe I'll use a little bit of blue. And I'm gonna draw kind of like these little, the texture, those bumps that they have on the top. And you can just draw some little dots going down each arm. You can draw one in the center if you want. And just to give it a little bit of kind of like that 3D feel, what I'm going to do is on the bottom side of each of these arms, so this would be the top side of the arm, the bottom side, I'm just going to kind of draw a thin little line right up next to the arm. And that's going to create just a little bit of a shadow to make it look like it's really kind of sitting on the beach.
Look at my drawing.
Let's see. Oh, this looks awesome. I love it. It's looking wonderful. And I like how you let part of your starfish go off the side too. I love it.
I love this.
Yeah, these look amazing, guys. I love them. Looks like you're having so much fun. Okay, so so as I was saying, I'm just going to kind of add a little bit of a shadow just under like each of these arms, just on one side, and that just kind of helps give it a little bit of a shadow. So it looks like my dark blue kind of mixed with the orange almost looks like black. That's why it looks doesn't really look blue there, but that's okay. Okay. So now, if you guys want to, again, I always like to give you options. You do not have to copy my picture, okay? Because we're all artists, and you can kind of decide what you want to add into it or take away. So maybe do it a little different than mine. So I'm gonna maybe draw like a little island in my background over here. It's gonna look very far away, in the distance, and you can use brown, you can use purple. I think maybe I'll use some purple first, just kind of add a little more color, and I'm just going to kind of do this kind of rocky, bumpy line going off the page. You guys can see that back there. And I might mix in a little bit of purple at first, but then I think I'm going to come back in and add in some brown. The purple kind of creates a little bit of texture, and then the brown kind of fills it in. Kind of makes it look rocky. It's not just a perfectly smooth, flat shape. The purple just gives it a little bit of texture and dimension. So just by mixing those two in there, and create some nice rocky texture. Okay, does everybody kind of have like a dark blue or medium shade of blue, dark blue? So I want to show you guys how, since we kind of created a little bit of shadow on our starfish, I'm going to create a little bit of a shadow. I'm going to use my dark blue for a few things. So you guys can kind of decide what you want to add in there or not add in there. But I'm going to create some clouds first, and then I'm going to add some shadows and maybe even some chairs. Kind of in around my umbrella. So again, I want to kind of create that space, that distance, like things going back in space. This is a good example. So you can kind of see these clouds. Way in the background, they look pretty small. So they could very well be the same size as this cloud, but because they're far away, they look small. So what I'm going to do is way kind of just above my horizon line, I'm going to draw some kind of lower shaped clouds. So that's one. Just some nice kind of puffy clouds. I like to make it look like things are overlapping, so I can have one cloud maybe kind of look like it's behind the umbrella a little bit. Kind of that layering of things is nice. And then I might just do like a few more little small, low-hanging clouds, like so. And then as I work my way up my sky, I might want to go a little bit bigger. Maybe I want another cloud. Maybe you don't want any clouds. If you guys don't really want any clouds, you could, or if you want fewer clouds, you could draw fewer clouds. But I just wanted to show you guys a way to create space and perspective. I like to let some of my clouds go off the page. And then maybe I'll do like a nice big cloud over here. It's a little bit higher in the sky. And then I'll do one more up here. I'm going to do a nice big one. So it looks like if I'm kind of laying here on the beach and I look up, it's almost going to look like it's right over me. Nice and big. I have another little seashell here, so if you guys wanted to put that somewhere in your picture, you can. All right. I still have my blue in my hand, and I'm going to show you guys kind of an easy way to draw some chairs. And again, this is optional. You don't have to do this, but I think I'm not going to do it over here. I feel like when it's smaller, it'll be a little bit easier to get perspective and things in there versus, we only have about 15 minutes left, so I want to kind of make sure we're able to get, to more of the sky. So just to kind of draw, if you guys want to do a really simplified version of a chair, what I'm going to do is I'm going to take my dark blue and kind of down towards the bottom of my umbrella, I'm going to draw these just maybe like 3 short little lines like this, almost like tiny little smiles. And then I'm going to draw these kind of slightly curved lines to kind of connect it all down the side. And kind of zoom in a little bit so you guys can see better. And then I'm just going to add like a little line. This will be like the chair part where the legs when you're sitting would be just kind of sticking out a little bit to the left there. And then I can add just 3 little short lines just to kind of make it look like one of those little beach lawn chairs. So we're just kind of creating like almost like an illusion of a chair. We're not getting super detailed on this part. It's looking great. Nice, Siobhan. It's looking great. I love your clouds. Nice and poofy. Fun, fun, fun. I love it. Beautiful. Nice, Mean. Oh, it's looking so wonderful, you guys. Thank you for sharing. Yes. I love it. Okay. If you wanted to create another chair, you could do another one on this side, almost like exactly the same. I might make it a little bit smaller, or you could do one on this side but going the other direction. I think I'll just draw another one over here. It's up to you if you want to add in another chair or not. Maybe it's like some friends hanging out at the beach. So, now I'm going to create some shadows in here. So, I'm going to just keep using my dark blue here. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to kind of have my shadows going kind of off in this direction, almost a little bit at an angle. So I'm just going to, at the very bottom of my smaller umbrella, I'm just going to kind of draw a line. See how I draw it right at the bottom, just kind of a little line kind of going at a slight diagonal. And then at the bottom, just kind of recreating just a very simple shape of that umbrella. Maybe I'll make it a little bit more dramatic so it looks like it's elongated in the sun. And I'm just going to kind of shade it in blue. Just give it a little bit of a shadow. And I can even add a little bit of shadow from the chairs too. So I'm going to have this shadow go off the page a little bit just to make it look a little more dramatic. And then I'm going to do the same thing with this umbrella. So I'm going to go a little bit of diagonal. I'm going to try to keep the same diagonal as that one. So maybe make this line a little longer. My starfish is there, so I'm going to kind of be careful and maybe go around my starfish. I'm just going to kind of create this little shadow. It's going to go off the page. We're not going to see the whole shadow of the umbrella, but I don't want to mess up my starfish. So I'm just going to kind of shade around my starfish here. So maybe your shadow doesn't conflict with your starfish. And then while you guys are working on your shadows, I'm going to throw in another tiny little starfish up here again, just to kind of show some distance. Oh, it's a tiny one. If you want to make, so I don't have anybody in my chair, so I'm going to draw more of a silhouette. People can be kind of challenging to draw, so I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to use black, and I'm going to create like a silhouette of a person kind of sitting in one of these chairs. So let me show you right here. So I'm going to draw a little circle. So again, you don't have to draw anybody sitting in your chair if you don't want to, but I'm just a little bit higher than the top of the chair. And then I'm going to draw the shoulders a little bit more narrow than the width of the chair. Or maybe I'll have it slightly, whoop, okay. Alright, and then I'm just going to draw like part of the body, like coming down the side, little leg kind of hanging over the front of the chair, and then maybe just a little bit in between there. I'm going to leave the other chair empty. I'm going to make it maybe look like the friend is over here kind of swimming in the ocean. So maybe I'll draw like a little head kind of picking up out of the ocean, and then maybe an arm or two kind of jumping up. And decide if you know, how you might want to add a person in there. Just remember, the further away, the tinier the person will be. If I were to put a person over here, Maybe it's going to be a little bit bigger. Just going to have them swimming. Put a few people in there if you want. So I'm just kind of drawing the silhouettes. I'm not getting any details. Okay, so looking at the time, what I want to do is just color my sky really quick, and then I want to add our water. So I'm going to do a similar thing with my sky as I did with my ocean. Now, if you can do your sky any color. Maybe you want it more sunset colors. Maybe you want to start with some pinks and have it fade into orange, into yellow. You're welcome to do that. I think I'm going to stick with my blues. I'm going to kind of use those same shade of blues as I did before. I'm going to start with kind of like a lighter color. So I imagine my sun is over here, right? I've got these long shadows. So my sun's going to be somewhere over here, creating those shadows. But if you wanted to do more of a sunset, you could still make it look like, you know, the sun's going down. You could still have some sunset colors in there if you want. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to kind of use my lighter shade of this kind of aqua blue, kind of low on my horizon line, kind of shade in around my clouds here. Kind of using the edge instead of using the point, which will take forever to color in. I'm going to use kind of the edge of my marker to kind of fill the space in a little bit more quickly. And don't worry about filling in every little white spot, because when we add the water, it will kind of fill that in for you if you are using water. Okay, so I kind of got the lower part of my sky lighter. I'm going to go into a slightly darker blue. And I can blend it down just a little bit into the lighter blue. Kind of work my way up to the top of my sky. Again, kind of going around my umbrella, around my clouds. And at the top of my sky, add a little bit of this dark blue. Maybe I'll throw in a little bird here too. Okay. All right, so we've got our picture. If you want to sign your name before you add the water, you may. Pick any color you want. When I do add the water, I'm going to kind of go around my name, otherwise that could get blurry too. So I'll just kind of sign my name over here in the corner. And I always like to put the year, so 2021, that way, you know, if you have like a portfolio, oh, it's looking so beautiful, Siobhan, I love it. If you have a portfolio of artwork that you have, or you know, someday you might look back and be like, oh wow, look at this picture. I wonder when I painted it. You can, and then if you have the date on there or the year, then you'll know. Oh, these look so amazing. So Siobhan and brother, I love your pictures. Anybody else want to share really quick before we add water? These look so amazing. Okay, so when you are ready, and of course you're welcome to add a few little extra details if you want, more people in the ocean, or, you know, more seashells. Feels kind of empty over here. I probably could have added a little, another seashell in here if I wanted to, but I'm gonna just, you know, looking at the time. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna grab my brush and my water. And there's certain areas I don't want to add water onto. So like my umbrella, it's nice and crisp and clean. I think I'm going to kind of leave it like that. But like the water, if I kind of take my brush and just kind of go nice and soft, I don't want to scrub over it. I want to leave some of the detail. And again, you don't have to color in every little space. It's nice to maybe have a little bit of white kind of showing through, because it'll look like some little highlights. or like the peak of waves, you know how you kind of see the reflections on the water from the sun. So you can leave a little bit of white in there. And I'm going to leave this white space that's kind of close to the shore too, just to kind of look like that sea foam. I'm going to be careful. I think I'm going to go around my little people. I don't want them to get blurry either. So I'm just going to kind of fill in my ocean. And so you'll notice you'll still see some of that texture from your markers, but it'll fill in some of that the white space. So I left a little bit of white highlights on my ocean again, to kind of look like the reflection from the sun. When you're ready, you can also start to blend in your sand. This time I'm going to kind of go more in a circular motion to kind of really blend those colors together. I am going to be careful and go around my people and my starfish, because I don't think I want to make them blurry, but I'm going to kind of just blend my sand in here. I'm going to kind of keep my shadow. I'm not going to go over my shadow, just I want to keep that nice and crisp. If you do want to go over the umbrella part of the shadow, the upper part, you can kind of blend that in a little bit. It'll just kind of really make it nice and solid. I'm going to go around my little starfish here. And then, when you're ready, you can work on your sky. And I think I'm going to do my sky kind of the same way I did my beach. I'm going to kind of use my brush. I'm just using the side of my brush. I don't want to go down and scribble it like this, because it could ruin the bristles of the brush. So I'm just kind of holding my brush at an angle and kind of going in a little bit of a circular motion, going right up to my clouds. I'm going to go around my birds so they don't get blurry. And just kind of blend my sky in here a little bit. So I let this dark blue fade a little bit into the lighter blue, which will fade into the really light blue at the bottom. And be careful around my umbrella so I don't get my umbrella wet. And my picture is pretty much done. Once it's fully painted and fully dry, if you wanted to come back in, let's say you accidentally, maybe you went over your umbrella a little bit and got a little bit blurry. When this is fully dry, so you could kind of take your paper towel and dab it a little bit, but I would wait till it's really, really, really like dry. So maybe wait an hour, and you can come back in and, let's say you wanted to clean up some of those lines. You can go back in, really clean up any lines that might have gotten blurry that you didn't want to. Or when it's fully dry, you can go back in and add a few more little starfish. Like this area is already kind of dry, so you want to make sure it is really dry, because otherwise it could ruin your marker a little bit, because when marker goes into water, it doesn't do very well, so it kind of ruins the marker. So I want to make sure that, if I do kind of come back in and adding a little extra details, just make sure that it's really dry. I would love to see your pictures. What I want to say is I hope you guys really enjoyed this class. If you want to join, we have projects like this all summer, different media. Wow, this is so beautiful. I'm going to pin you, so I'm going to show this up close. Give me 1 second. I'm going to spotlight you for a second. Oh, this turned out so gorgeous. I love it, Neen. That is so beautiful. I love your purple umbrella. It really stands out. And you really got that nice perspective in there with the smaller clouds at the bottom, the taller at the top, and then, or the bigger ones at the top, and then the different sized umbrellas. Nice work. I love it. Does anybody else want to share? Let's see, Gianna. Let me see yours. Wow, yours too. Look at that. Wait, can you hold it up again, Gianna? You want to share? Oh my goodness, I love that. I love that orange color. Is that like land on the other side of your ocean? That is so pretty. I love these color choices you made. They really stand out. And I like how you kind of left your sky kind of like
Sunset.
oh, it's sunset. Oh my gosh, I love that. And actually, I see a little bit of yellow. It looks like almost like the sun, like the highlight of the sun. You know, like the sun reflects on the ocean. This is so beautiful. And then you did your clouds gray. Very creative. I'm so happy you guys kind of chose your own colors and made them your own. Okay, who else wants to share? Let's see. Siobhan, do you want to share? Go for it.
This is mine.
Okay, let's see. And then I would like to see your brothers too.
This is
Wow.
my brother.
These are so nice, you guys. It looks so beautiful. Oh, I like your water is kind of like a pretty purple color. I love that. These are so gorgeous. You guys did an amazing job. Are those, I like all your birds in your sky. And this, oh, I see a little crab. You added a little crab. That is so cute. Beautiful work. You guys did,
I painted a little bit.
I see that. Yeah, see how the colors are blending together a little bit, like in your ocean and your sky? That looks amazing. Beautiful. Thank you for sharing.
Working on it.
So yeah, if you guys like this class and you want to join, just let your parents know, and they can either send me an email or they can go on our website. And this time frame was just a trial class, but we have other time frames. We have another class right after this if Wednesdays work for you guys, but we also have some Thursday classes as well. And I had really, really fun time drawing with you guys. I hope you enjoyed it. Let's see, Emilio and Lorenzo, did you guys want to share your art? I would love to see if you're ready. And how about you, Darren? Oh my gosh. Okay, let me spotlight Amelia here. Wow. Ooh, I like that you kept both umbrellas blue. That kind of has that nice like consistency or unity. It's beautiful. A nice shadow on your of your umbrella. These turned out so amazing, you guys. I love them. Does Lorenzo want to share too? And you guys, if you don't want to share, that's okay too. You don't have to share. I love to see everyone's work, but you don't have to share if you don't want to. Darren, did you want to share, or you don't want to share? Let me see. Okay, let me spotlight you here for a second. Wow. Here, there might be a filter on there. It's a little blurry. Can you pull your picture back just a little bit, like towards you? Just pull it back so you can see the whole thing. Beautiful, Darren. Ooh, I really like the colors that you chose for your umbrella, and you got that nice angle in there. This is wonderful. You guys all did such an amazing job. So again, I hope you had fun. I had such a great time drawing with you, and yeah, if you guys want to continue the summer with us, just let your parents know, and you can find us on our website, okay? HiddenTalentArtStudio.com. All right. Thank you guys so much. I'm gonna have to get ready for my next class, so I'm gonna say goodbye, and hopefully I'll see you soon. Okay? Have a wonderful, wonderful rest of your day. And you guys, you know, the great thing about art is that you can continue drawing if you want. So just because art class is over, you can grab another sheet of paper and draw another picture, or you can continue adding things to this picture. So enjoy. All right. Bye, everyone. Have a great day.
Bye.
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 Bye, guys. at some point it's like hammer down. It's gonna, oh, it's gonna like, just like, out. It's I'm having a hard time with it. It just keeps bending low. I'm trying to like. Oh, shoot. Have to make it work for today, but
you mean when the camera gets in there, it goes low?
Yep, you can see the camera. I just put this in there. I'm trying to like find anything to like.
Okay, let's
keep
see
it.
how we can copy that one. I'm gonna get this table out. Maybe almost like a block of wood.
Yeah, and yeah, because this one really strong and right to it works.
What if I were to? So what the problem is that it's coming down right there. Mm-hmm. What if we go like this way? Do like a little bit more. No, it's still Okay. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Well. Oh, sorry. What if we just get it back up to, and then we're gonna have to get an actual bar, non-movable bar. So I can ask. So we're just gonna have to figure out what job we got something like that. But I want one that's clear right here.
Yeah.
This almost has to just be out of here straight and straight.
All right, let's see if I can make this work.
Okay.
Can we move this way just a hair? Yeah.
Like
There we
this?
go. Yeah. Perfect.
Okay.
Okay, so I'm just gonna get this piece.
All right, guys. I'm gonna take this table outside. We'll do some. I don't want to take all those toys outside, guys. There's too many. Okay. Do you guys want to do any art outside or anything? Okay. What do you want to do? What would you like to do? Maybe some watercolor? Auntie Shannon, this is our. Okay. You want to paint a little bit? Okay. Auntie Shannon. It's just a watercolor because it's a little bit easier outside to manage. No, hold on. I need to get this applied first, and then we go outside. Give me a second. Give me a second. Just wait. Everybody grab what color chair you want. Grab what color chair you want. Anya's got red. What color chair? Go find the red chair. Go find the blue chair. Go get your chair. Whatever chair you want, go grab it. Alright, I'll grab some paper. Thank you for bringing in the supplies, Auntie Shannon.
Oh yeah, the model magic is still in the car. I will I'll get it after this class.
Hold on a second, let's grab some water. You want a green one? Okay, then we need to grab some water. So I gave you like 5 different artists. RJ, I'm coming, don't worry. Give me a second, I'm just grabbing us some paper. And they labeled them all in order, and they just one page of really simple stuff. RJ, give me 1 second and figure out the paper.
Okay, give me 1 second. Okay, go. Why didn't you go at home?
Just gotta go potty. Come on,
Anya does.
Anya, let's go potty. Come on, come on, come on. RJ, we're gonna wait. KJ, we're gonna wait until Anya goes potty. Go, 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 go. You got it. You got it.
Huh? Okay.
Okay, Anya, give me a hug. Sorry, and it's like, ah, she's going potty. Okay. This is now what's happening. You have everything you need? Oh, wait.
I'm taking the icky ones outside.
We just have to use it more.
Those are the ones for
Since Alright, Anya's out. We got where to put the water. We got you can't bring your acrylic here. You can just do watercolor.
Alright, looks like a bunch of people are in the waiting room.
Let's get in the waiting room. Auntie Shanna's going to have an amazing, fun class. We
Yay.
got 2 more sign-ups. Just FYI, I'm going to add them to the list.
We did?
Yeah, Carly and Jackie are joining us. So
For the tonight or
Wednesday, yeah, and tomorrow.
Awesome. Okay.
Okay.
Hello everyone. Nice to see you. Nice to see some familiar faces, some new faces. And Gianna, you're back. Good. I'm glad you I just realized you were in the trial class too. Let's see. Who else we have here? Gianna Akriti.
Hi.
Hi Akriti. Okay, so today we are using we've got our watercolor set, cup of water and a brush, paper towel, pencil and eraser to start with. Since we're using marker, and permanent marker, or any marker really does not erase. So I'm going to start with a pencil. Okay, so waiting for a few more students. Give me 1 second. I'm
Can
gonna get
you
my.
show me the picture from yesterday?
You know what? This is the first time I'm doing this picture, so I don't have a picture yet to show you. So we're gonna be doing this picture together. Let's see. I've got Adia coming on and Tiffany. Hi, Tiffany. Hi, Adia.
Hi.
Hope everyone's doing great today. Okay. Alright, let's see. I think I'm still waiting for 1, 2, 3 3 more students. Let's give it, it's exactly 4:30. Let's give it like a couple more minutes.
I have a question.
Yeah, what's your question?
Is 1 minute 60 seconds?
Yes, 1 minute is 60 seconds. That's correct.
I mean, I'll just have to count till 60?
Yes, if you count to 60, kind of slow, you can't go super fast, like 1, 1,000, 2, 1,000, 3, 1,000. Then that, once you get to 60, that is 1 minute. Ooh, let's see. Akriti, did you draw that? Let me see your drawing. Wow, that is beautiful. Were you
Yeah, I sometimes draw from YouTube.
Very nice. I love your drawing. It's gorgeous. Okay. Let's see. So we have 2 more students.
Hello.
Hi, how are you? How's everyone doing? And then, so yeah, today we are using, I'm going to start with the pencil eraser. We're going to do a little bit of tracing once we can kind of get our main shapes down. And then we're going to add some watercolor in our background. So here. We need a cup of water for later. All right. So, yep, there you go. Nice, Twani. You got your watercolor ready.
I have the same set as you.
They're really good water. It's a really good brand. I like this brand. Prang is, it's a good brand. But,
It's my mom's.
nice. I mean, there's a lot of different brands out there. This one, it's kind of like not too expensive, but still good quality. Okay, so, those of you who were in the trial class just before this class, the art history lesson is going to be a repeat, but every week, just so you guys know, it's a different artist or art era. So this summer, those of you who have been in this class before, so I see a lot of familiar faces and some new faces too, so exciting to have everyone here this summer. But instead of focusing on one specific artist, we're actually going to talk more about like art eras, like maybe a movement or period in art history. So you guys might have heard of the Renaissance or like modern art, cave art, those kind of things. So we're going to talk more about like periods of time instead of we will mention artists, but we're not going to focus in on an artist for the summer. All right, so I'm going to go and get started. Hopefully our other friends will hop on later.
This meeting is being recorded.
Sorry, guys. Okay, so what I'm going to talk about is the period of time, which is the period, or the movement, I should say, is called the Hudson River School. Was a mid-19th century American art movement. And it was a group of landscape painters who were influenced by Romanticism. So Romanticism was an art movement that emphasized inspiration, subjectivity, and also just the individual. So some of those words are kind of big, but we all know what inspiration is, right? And it was basically just about, depicting American landscape where human beings and nature coexist peacefully, like a very peaceful coexistence. Let's see, the Hudson River School paintings reflect 3 themes of America in the 19th century, which was discovery, right? It's kind of earlier, still earlier on in American history, discovery, exploration, and settlement. So let me show you some of these pictures. There are a lot of men and women that were part of this whole movement. So those of you who took the class during last school year, we did focus on a lot of, we try to add in both men and women, but during that, in the way past, there were a lot of male artists who became famous, and so not as many women, so we do try to highlight the women too. So let me show you some of these interesting, realistic landscape pictures. Hello, B. We're just going over our art history part. So we're talking about the Hudson River School, which was a mid-19th century American art movement, all surrounding kind of romanticism. So these are some of the examples. So because we're doing kind of an ocean sailboat scene today, I wanted to kind of focus in some of these pictures that these artists that were part of this movement. So this one is by Susie Barstow. So you can see the realistic tree painting here, landscape. This one looks like more of a drawing by Eliza, let's see, Greatorex. I'm hard to say that name, but here's her name if you want to see it. This looks like more of a drawing. Here's another one, kind of a water scene, ocean, kind of going into a lake. It's a nice, pretty landscape scene, and that's by Julie Hart Beers. And then the last one here is by Frederick Edwin Church. So again, this is all part of that Romanticism period in art. And it was the Hudson. That's beautiful, Creatsy. Nice drawing, or nice painting, I should say. It was all part of that Hudson River School American art movement. So we always encourage our artists to look some of these things up if you have time on your free time. Get to know a little bit more about the art history. Okay, so I'm using watercolor paper. I'm going to hold up portrait today. So in art, there's 2 different ways to hold paper. This way is called landscape when it's more horizontal. And if you turn it vertical, we call it portrait. So I think actually there's really no right or wrong way. Maybe I'll do landscape today. We have more of a kind of wider view. And I'm going to focus on a sailboat. So I kind of have these 2 pictures of sailboats in front of me. And I am starting with a pencil. I think on the list it probably just said go right into marker, but I always like to start with a pencil first when we're using permanent marker. That way if you need to erase a line, if you're not happy with it, and then later on we'll trace with the Sharpie or the permanent marker that you have. Okay, so let's kind of look at the bottom of our sailboats here. They kind of have this same kind of basic shape, almost like a, from the side view, almost kind of like a little bit of a rectangle shape. You guys can see, slightly different. This one's kind of more of like a slightly front side view. This one's more of a straight side view. So I'm gonna keep it really, really simple today. And I'm going to go a little bit lower on my page, not all the way down. I want to have a little bit of space for the water. And you can kind of decide where you want your picture. So sometimes you may not want to put it directly in the middle, to kind of maybe create a little bit of interest. Maybe you want to have it off a little bit to the side. So you can decide where you want your sailboat. And I do want to add it, I'm not going to make it too big because I do want to, these sails are nice and tall. So you want to, sorry, I can't see that picture. The sails are nice and tall. So this is called the mast, kind of that tall pole there that holds the sails. So I want to maybe be able to fit that in here too. So I think I'm going to have mine just a little off to the side. You can kind of, again, you can decide where you want your sailboat. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to kind of draw this, let's just start with a basic straight line. Notice I didn't draw it too big, I didn't draw it too long. And then I'm going to go ahead, I might give it a little bit of an angle at the sides, but notice how the edges of the boat are not super wide. They're kind of narrow, the edges of the sides. And of course there's so many kind of sailboats, but I'm just kind of looking at this one, that the sides are pretty narrow. And you can even see the person, so you can really see the size. There's a person way back here. So you can kind of see that the boat is actually pretty big, but it looks kind of small looking in the picture. Okay, so now on the bottom, I'm just going to kind of add that bottom, just a light line. And if you want to really make it look like it's sitting in water, you could even add like a slightly wavy line to make it look like there's some waves. So let me kind of show that up close, you guys can see that. So I just added a really, just a hint at some waves there. I don't want to make it too wavy, but just to make it look like it's sitting in water a little bit. All right, and so I'm going to draw the mast, which is like this really tall line right here. And you can, again, you can decide how tall you want it. I might not make it quite as tall. Can everyone see that okay? Should I go in a little closer? I'm going to make sure you can still see the boat too. I might have to do this. Alright, is that a little bit better? Okay. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to draw this nice tall line pretty much in the center of the boat. And again, you can kind of decide how tall you want it to be. It does not have to look exactly like mine or exactly like the picture. It's going to go kind of pretty tall there. Looks good so far, Gianna. You got it. It's looking good. Okay. So I'm going to start with this front sail, and notice how there's a little bit of space between the top of the boat and the bottom of this sail. So so maybe about a finger width up. I'm going to draw a little line coming up this way. You can have it at a little bit of an angle if you want, like it is there. You can kind of have it coming straight out. And I'm not going to have it go too far out. It goes almost to the end of the boat. I just added like a little bit of thickness to this pole. I don't want it to look too thin. And then I'm going to go ahead and draw a slight curve of my sail. So that way it doesn't look super stiff. It kind of looks like it's blowing in the wind a little bit. So I just added a slight curve to my, my first sail here. If you want to get really detailed, you could add this little person. You could add like this little seat back here, a little kind of person. You know, you don't have to. You don't have to get super detailed. But even when I say detailed, it's really just kind of, because he's so tiny, it's just blocking in simple shapes. So, you know, almost like just like the simple silhouette of the person, not necessarily, I'm not going to be able to draw eyes or anything, but just kind of like there's a little person sitting there. He's like kind of guiding the boat. And then there's a few, you'll see these few like little lines that kind of come down and the strings that they hold on to kind of, you know, move the sail around. The other side, so I'm really looking at this one. I decided, yeah, so there's this one too. They're very similar in the shapes. Notice how this sail, there's a strong curve here, so you can really see the wind is pushing it. Sorry, you not see that. Okay, so this sail right here, you see this strong curve here, and you see a little bit of the sky in between there. So it really makes it look like the wind is pushing it, which it probably is. So I'm going to go a little bit lower. Notice how this sail is a little bit lower. So not too low, maybe about like right here, and I'm just going to kind of draw this like curved line coming down all the way down to about the same place as the other one. So about right here. To let me get this other line in here. You can give it a little bit of an angle if you want, or you can make it straight out. And this one, it actually curves more this way, so I guess it really depends on maybe the way the wind is blowing. So I'm going to kind of just look at this one, maybe just give it a little bit of an angle. You can have it going straight if you want. And then I kind of bring this line down. So I'm going to draw this line. You could even add a little bit of a curve to that line too if you want. Or make it more straight. It's up to you. Just to kind of really make it look like the wind's pushing that sail. So you don't have to make it look exactly like the picture. And I'm just going to draw a few little extra lines down here too, where the sail connects. Maybe a few little lines in here, in the center. For fun, neither of these boats have flags on top, but if you want to add a flag, you can add a flag, and I'll kind of show you how to make it look like it's blowing in the wind. So I'm going to kind of, at the top, so again, it's your choice if you want to add a flag or not. I'm going to add this kind of a slightly wavy line. Here, let me focus that. We'll make it a little darker so you guys can see. So just did like a slightly wavy line at the top. And I'm going to go down a little bit and move that exact same line, kind of a little parallel line with a little curve in there, like so. And that little curve just makes it look like it's kind of blowing in the wind. It's not so, so straight. And then I'll just connect it like that. And you could add, it could just be a simple, it could be a white flag, it could be the American flag, it could be any color you want. You put some stripes in there, fun different colors. Very nice. I love it, Tawny. Could be a pirate ship flag. Any kind of flag. Yeah, that looks nice. You could even do like a triangle flag too. Maybe you don't want it to be more of a rectangle. Maybe you want it to be more like a triangle. So I love it, Akriti. That looks great. So let's see. Nice, Adiant. Beautiful boat there. I love it. Nice bee. Oh, your sailboat's looking awesome. These look so amazing. Beautiful Gianna. Beautiful shapes you got there. Nice Mila. Yes, these are gorgeous. Nice work, everyone. Okay. Alright, so I'm going to kind of zoom out here. I guess we can see the whole picture again.
This garden.
Let me see, Tiffany. That looks wonderful. You're doing great. Did you add a little flag or you decided not to? It's okay if you don't want to add a flag. Okay. So, what I wanted to do now is create some of the horizon line. So I really love how this kind of looks more like we're on kind of a, this picture looks kind of like we're more like on a river or maybe a lake or something rather than an ocean. So I was going to create maybe some hills. It doesn't have to be these trees in the background, but maybe some hills or something. So I'm going to draw, first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to draw a horizon line. So you can kind of decide where you want it. You can go a little bit higher, like halfway. I am going to draw it a little bit higher than the bottom of the boat. So maybe somewhere about like right here. So you can kind of decide somewhere in here to draw your horizon line. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to draw a line going to the left. So I'll draw that a little darker so you guys can see. And then there's going to be a tiny, I'm going to bump and jump over my cell. There's going to be a tiny little line in between the cells right there. Bump and jump, and then go off that way. So. You can see in this background there's some low hills back there too. And then I have this one. It's not the prettiest boat. It doesn't really look like it's been super well taken care of, but I wanted to show you for the kind of these hills in the background. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to create some hills back here, and you can decide how you want those hills to look. Have one kind of starting over here a little bit. Maybe I'll have it kind of go dipping down as if it's kind of hitting the horizon line, or maybe it's connecting over here and kind of just gonna work my way over. You guys can decide how bumpy or how low, how you know, if you want kind of a bigger hills or smaller ones that make it look like it's further away, something in between like this one. Like the trees. Excuse me. And then I think for the fun of it, you guys could either just do one kind of rolling mountain hills. I think I'm going to add in one more. I think just for fun, I'm just going to add in another one kind of behind that one. I don't want to make it too similar to the other ones. I'm going to kind of change the bumps in the hill a little bit.
Are we gonna do the houses there on the hills?
Ooh, if you want to add some houses, that is a great idea. If you do draw some houses, you want to make them pretty small, right? So let's say maybe there's like some houses over here. I think that's a great idea. Maybe I'll just do some low, you know, little houses in the background. Let me zoom in so you guys can see what I'm doing.
Can I draw a person?
You can draw a person, but just remember when they're super far away, they're going to be really tiny. So if you see like a little person on the side of the hill, because they're far away, the distance. So yeah, the element of art. So really, we're kind of talking about space, like how things go back in space, they get smaller. So our boat here, it's the main subject. It's really taking up our, you know, in our foreground. And then we've got some smaller things going on in the background. So the hills are kind of going back in space. We've got, you know, maybe a few little houses sitting sitting up here on the hill. You can decide how many you want. Maybe like a little neighborhood back here.
I have a question.
Sure.
You're forgetting something. The chimney.
Oh, yeah, if you want to add a little chimney on your little houses, you could add little chimneys too. Yeah. If you don't want to do houses, you can make more of a city. Maybe there's like taller buildings back there. So it's really up
I
to you.
really can't see your houses.
I know, they're super tiny. They're just little squares with triangles on top because they're so far away. The detail is going to be very. You're not going to see a whole lot of detail. You know, you might see a window or two, but it's going to be our boat is going to have all the detail, right? And speaking of which, if you guys want to, we could even add a design on our boat. So, you know, a lot of times boats sometimes have numbers on the side. So, for example, my birthday just passed. It was on June 12th. I like the number 12. Maybe I want my boat to have the number 12 on it. You know, maybe you have a favorite number. Maybe you want some stripes. So these sailboats here, they're both, you know, they're kind of plain white sails. Maybe you want some color in yours, or maybe you want some nice stripes. So maybe I'll add some stripes. It's a really simple pattern.
Can we make a pirate ship full of gold?
Sure, if you want to, I could have like a little treasure chest like peeking up out of here. It would be pretty small just because, you know, tiny, but you can definitely have like a little treasure chest on board your boat there.
I have a question.
Sure, yeah.
The pirate ships have more design sails.
You're right. So this is more of like your traditional sailboat. If you were going to make it like a pirate ship, it would probably be a lot bigger. So yeah, I don't know really how to turn this into a pirate ship because pirate ships are really big and they've got like 3 masts and lots of sails. This is kind of a very small type of...
Sometimes pirate ships can be small.
They can. So this could be kind of like a pirate sailboat if you want. So, you know, it's art, so you can really have fun with it. It doesn't have to be super realistic like in real life. Because we're drawing it realistically, but you can have fun with it.
Is this good?
Oh, that's beautiful. Oh, look at all your little houses in the background. That's awesome, Tiffany. I love that. Yeah, I love all the little houses. That's such a great idea. You can even have some like right on the water if you want. Like, you know, somebody's a little boat right on the lake.
Can you zoom the thing that you're making? I can't see it.
I'm just, you know, I'm just adding more houses, just for fun. Okay, let's see. Sorry, it's very blurry to zoom. Okay. Maybe I want to add a few birds, you know, because it's kind of empty up here. So I am gonna, when we add the watercolor, we can add lots of color. So I'm gonna keep it relatively simple because I do want to have enough time to trace the boat at least, and maybe some of the houses. But we're really gonna use our watercolor to kind of fill everything in. So if you wanted to, you can draw some birds. Maybe I'll draw one up close. So kind of showing space. I can draw maybe a bird that's a little bit bigger here, even showing part of the body.
I made a pirate ship.
Nice. Let's see. Wow. I love that.
I have an idea. Do we have to use really small paintbrushes to paint the houses?
So the brush that I have, it's kind of like, it's not a super teeny tiny one. It's kind of maybe a medium size. If you have a larger brush that comes to a point like this, then you can use the tip of the brush when you're painting. But we'll trace some of it. Okay, so I have one little bird here. Maybe I want to have like another bird that's farther away. Maybe not so much detail, a little bit smaller. Looks like he's further away. So I kind of drew one bird that looks like he's a little up close. You can see, you know, the body. The one that's further away is going to be smaller, not so much. Let me see.
I have a question.
Awesome. This is a picture. Wow, I love it. Yes, what is your question?
My question is, are these are these paintbrushes the right size?
Yeah. Does one of those paintbrushes kind of come a little bit to a tip like this one? This is called a round brush. Let's see.
You mean like this type?
So like yes, like that one. So when you stick it in the water, it'll stick together. The bristles should stick together like this. Does that happen?
I have all these brushes.
Let's see. Yeah, so I would pick a smaller round brush. So this is called a round brush. When it's wet, it kind of comes to a little bit of a point.
Is this a round brush?
Let's see. Yes, Adiant, perfect.
And my second question is, the best bird to add near a sailboat is a seagull, because seagulls live near water.
Yeah, so you could add seagulls if you want. When you color them in, you can leave some white if you want. Maybe don't color them in full. I'm going to add one more bird. We have another teeny tiny bird really far away, just to make it look, give it that feeling of distance. You could even add some clouds if you want. Like in this one, there's some nice clouds. So yeah, it's up to you. I kind of think I want to keep this one simple. So
I can't see your birds very clearly.
Okay, I'm so sorry. Here, let me show it really close so you guys can see.
Because somebody else is pinned.
Can you guys? Am I not pinned?
Now you're pinned.
Can you guys? Okay, is that better? Can you guys see me? Okay, do you see how I drew one bird that you can see the body, the wings are a little bit, they're not really, so these two birds I just kind of drew like little lines, like in the shape of the way the wings would be flying. The one up closer, I drew a little bit more detail, not super detail, he's still far away, but it just kind of shows a little perspective and that kind of space that we're talking about. I think, you know what, guys? I think I'm going to throw in one more, like, mountain here. Maybe just kind of like one kind of peeking out a little bit. You don't have to if you don't want to, but I want to kind of show you how to get that, like, going back in distance. Some of you, we kind of did a project similar to this the beginning of last year. So I don't know if some of you were in that class where we, as mountains or kind of things go back in space, the colors tend to get lighter, depending on the time of day. If it's kind of like more sunset, which I think I'm going to do kind of more of a sunset kind of picture today, the mountains will look a little bit lighter. So I'm just going to kind of add a little mountain back there. Okay. Okay, so let's go ahead and start tracing because I want to make sure we have enough time to add our watercolor. So the only thing that I'm really going to trace is, I think I'm going to start with my boat here. I want to go nice and slow. So now that you've kind of made all your lines and you're happy with them, go ahead and trace them. And it's okay. It doesn't really matter if you have a thicker pen or a thinner one.
Do we need this type of Sharpie?
It could be a thick one or a thin one. There's really no right or wrong. Let's see. Who was asking about the Sharpie? Oh, yeah, so Dewani, you can choose either one. Right now, I've got a thin one in my hand, but I can kind of show you what a thicker one will look like. So you can even use a combination of both. So if I take my You can actually kind of get a thin line with your Sharpie too if you kind of use more of the point. So you'll probably get like a nice, like a bolder line if you use your thicker Sharpie, if you have a thicker one, or if you have a thin one, that's okay too. And I'm just kind of getting those little waves kind of at the bottom of the boat like that. So if you do have a thicker Sharpie, you can make that masked line a little bit thicker, more bold.
I have a question.
Yeah.
You could even add more of the black thing to make the shadow.
What do you mean? But what shadow? For what?
This, for example, if it's the afternoon time, you can add the shadow.
You can't. Oh, I see what you're saying. Like on the ocean.
Yes.
I am gonna do that, but I think I'm gonna use more the watercolor. So yeah, you could, if you wanted to add a little bit of a shadow using the Sharpie, you can for sure. I think
Sharpie. I'm using washable markers. I don't have a Sharpie.
Oh, okay, got you. Okay, do you have your watercolor too?
This good. I do.
Okay,
This good.
let's see. Wow, that's looking great, Tiffany. Got the nice, yeah, so when I may not trace the mountains. If you want to go ahead and trace your horizon line, that's fine. Bump and jump. Maybe I'll add my little design I created here. Add some of these little lines. Kind of my little person. He's just going to be kind of blocked in there. Not adding too much detail. Number 12, or you could even add, you know, maybe you want your boat to be named something too. You can write your name. That'd be actually kind of a fun way to sign your name. So maybe, you know, like a lot of people name their boats. So if you wanted to, you could like, maybe I'll write my name. Like this is the sailboat Shanna. That's my first name. And I could write the year too. So that's just one way. Or if you want to, you can sign your name at the bottom of your picture as well, whichever one you want to do. Okay, and so then for my birds, I'm just going to kind of trace these really quick, maybe some of these little houses.
I wrote the name as the Mayflower.
Oh, I love that. That's a good one. I'm going to leave it up to you if you want to trace your mountains or not. I think I'm not going to trace mine, but I will leave that up to you. And I'm going to trace this bird that's a little bit closer. Sorry, I'm just trying to center this. Okay.
I added the shadow.
Okay. Oh, underneath the boat?
This is a shadow.
Oh, I see. Nice. That looks good, Anya. I like that. Yeah, so I will add a shadow too. I'm just going to use more of my watercolor to do that. So,
are we gonna paint it yet?
yeah, so when you are ready, when you're done tracing, I want to make sure everyone has enough time to trace. Go ahead and get your watercolor out. So I know some are still working, so while you're working, I'm just going to kind of tell you the different parts of a paint palette. So where the actual paint is, these are called the paint wells, right? So we got our paint wells. And over here, this on the lid, these are actually called the mixing wells. So you can actually mix different colors if you want to, you know, if there's a color that you want that's not on your actual palette, you can mix colors and make your own. So, all right. Oh, it looks wonderful, Bee. I love it. It's looking so good. I love all the birds. I like the flakes are kind of swarming the sail. It looks so cool. Let's see. Ooh, Dwani. Ooh, I like how you traced your mountains. Maybe now it makes me want to trace my mountains too. These look so good, guys. Okay. It looks like a few of you are still kind of drawing, so you know what? I'm going to go ahead and trace my mountains really quick because I kind of really like the way that looks. It has this nice, bold kind of look to it.
Wow.
Alright. Ooh, I like that. Okay. Alright. Is everyone kind of ready to start the watercolor? So what I was going to do is kind of make it look a little bit like a sunset. So I think I'm actually going to start with my sky, and then I want that to dry a little bit, and I'll skip to my ocean, and then I'll work on the
I have a question.
yeah.
I'm not even done yet. I just finished half of my city.
Oh, are you still tracing? Let's see, Adiant. It's looking so good.
Which brush do we use?
So I'm just kind of using a medium-sized brush, it's called a round brush. So when it gets wet, it kind of comes a little bit to a point.
You mean like this brush
Let's see.
or this brush?
Hold it up close, Dwani, so I can see. I think either one of those will work. Maybe the bigger one for now to do your sky, because you can also switch back and forth. So if you've got a larger brush for the sky to fill it up more.
We did used to have a big red brush, but I think I lost it. I can still find it.
Okay. Okay, so I think what I'm going to do is start with my sky, and I kind of want to make it look a little bit like the sun's going down. So I think I'm going to grab some yellow. Now with these kind of paints, you don't need a whole lot of paint. Like you don't want to dig.
Is this brush big enough?
Let's see. Yes, Tiffany, and yeah, that should work for your sky.
Is this good enough? Is a big brush good enough?
Yeah, that's perfect. Yeah, that's good for your sky. So, if you want it, so when you guys are going into your paint, you don't need a lot of paint. So watercolor is, they call it watercolor because you're using a lot of water, right? So you don't want to dig down into your, you don't want it to be thick. So watercolor is meant to be translucent, right? Or transparent. It means kind of like see-through. So that's beautiful. Let's see, Akriti, beautiful. So I think I'm gonna make kind of an orangey sun. You can keep yours nice bright yellow if you want, but I don't want it to be too orangey, but I'm gonna put some of my yellow over here in my mixing well. Take a hint of red or orange, this orangey color, mix a little bit. So again, I don't want to make it too orangey, so I just barely added some orange. And then I think I'm gonna have my sun kind of right in the center here. So maybe the sun's already gone down, but you still see that like really warm glow. So so this isn't necessarily my sun. It's not like a giant sun, but I'm just kind of, the sun, pretend like the sun just went down. I'm just kind of getting this like nice warm glow that that you see as the sun goes down. And then of course you can make yours a little bit bigger, a little bit smaller. Depends on how, you know, how far down the sun has gone in your picture. I'm just going to take some clear water and maybe blur the edges a little bit. So when I do add some blue, or you could even add a little purple, when it mixes with the this kind of yellow or orange, it could turn a little bit greenish or brownish depending on what color you use. So I'm going to go with kind of a kind of bluish color. I'm going to kind of use this lighter blue, but if you wanted to use purple, or you could even make it a true sunset, you could add orange and red up there too if you want. So you don't have to follow exactly what I'm doing. But I think I'm going to go ahead and add a little bit of blue in here, and it will blend a little bit with my, so I'm touching just the tips of the top of my sun, so it's going to blend a little bit because it's still a little bit wet. That's okay. That's what watercolor does. It tends to, it's called bleeding. It kind of bleeds into another color. And it kind of gives it that nice soft feeling of like one color to another color. If it bleeds too much, you can take just take a piece of your paper towel and dab it a little bit. So there are ways to kind of work around that. But watercolor is one of those mediums that kind of, it tends to do what it wants to do. Sometimes you just gotta let it do its thing. But if you're blending orange instead of blue in there to look just as beautiful, I think I'm gonna, now that I've added some lighter blue, I'm going to kind of go into darker blue and maybe even purple, just because, you know, it's going in a little bit more into nighttime. So the purple maybe at the very top might look nice. So, but I still want it to look sort of light out because it's not super dark yet. It's not, sun hasn't fully gone down, so I'm going to add some blue in here. Darker blue. Yeah.
I painted my sky, but no bleeding happened. But still, I used a paper towel to make it lighter.
Okay, yeah, that's another thing you can do. Actually, you know what I should show you guys? Okay, here's a fun trick if you want to make clouds. So you have to do this while your paper's still wet. So I'll show you. So, and it works best the darker the color is. So they're kind of in this darker blue area. If I take my paper towel, I can dab. You want to do it while it's still really wet. I can dab and I can pull some of that color out in the shape of a cloud. So if you wanted to create some clouds in there, and then I can come around with some darker blue around that color I just dabbed out, and it'll really make that cloud pop. So it'll look better on screen when it's a little drier, but you can kind of see how I created a little cloud there. So if you wanted to do that, go for it. Have fun with it. And then, so I got my dark blue in here. I think I'm going to go into a purple at the top. So I'm going to kind of create some purple at the way top. Let it bleed a little bit into my blue.
Question.
Sure, what's your question?
Now I think I'm ready for the coloring.
You mean are you working on the sky, or did you just finish up tracing?
Well, I think I'm all done. I think I'll just have to add the sun. Well, I don't think I need to add it. I just have one kind of yellow.
Okay, yeah, so for my sun, I didn't actually create a sun. I did more like, it's almost like, you know, the sun just went down and you're still seeing like a glow in the sky where the sun just went down. And so I kind of created that, made it go pretty high, goes a little bit into the blue, kind of change colors a little bit. And then I just have it kind of fade out. So I went a little bit darker on my edges with purple, so you can decide, you know, if you want it more sunsetty colors with reds and oranges, or purples and blues. So you can kind of have fun with the color there. So it's kind of like, and if you ever feel like it gets too dark, like maybe this side got a little dark, I kind of like it, but just to kind of show you, while it's still wet, you can dab. And pull up some of that color, make some clouds or something. So. Okay.
I have to say something. I made water blue.
You made, you mean down here?
I made water blue.
Like this water?
That one's green.
Yes, I made mine kind of green. It still should work. If you need to run really quick and kind of clean out your water, that's fine. but it should still work.
Well, mine is a bit too dark.
If it's too dark, then go ahead and go switch out your water. Just dump your water, fill it up with some clear water.
But I don't have a sink here.
Is there one in the kitchen?
The kitchen is...
Or is there a bathroom nearby? You could just kind of switch it out.
But the bathroom's too narrow.
Oh. We'll just try to keep working with the color. It should still, even though it looks, might have turned blue a little bit, it's still such a big amount of water that and we're going to be using blue in our water anyway.
This is how my sky is. It's a bit like nighttime, even though I need it to be like daytime.
Okay, so what you could do, if you feel like it's, sometimes if you add too much, so let me show you guys something, another trick. So let's say I put some blue down here, and I feel like it's too thick. What I can do is I can take clear water and just kind of brush over it and spread it out a little bit. So
I can just take the clear water and then spread over the dark blue? I'm not trying it with my light purple yet.
Okay. So before you guys go into the water, I wanted to show you something. So if you did kind of create this kind of glowy sun area, and you want to create a highlight on your lake here or your river, what you want to do is you can either add yellow in here for warmth of the sky, or you can just leave it white. And I can show you how to do that. So when I'm kind of working around that area, I'm going to kind of pull in from the side some of my blue shades of blue, and I think I want to I could even create like a little bit of an aqua blue or a greenish blue, and I take some light blue and mix some lighter green in here. So it can be kind of like almost like an aqua blue, or kind of a light lake blue. Like lakes are sometimes a greenish blue.
You can add an air. If you want, you can add an airplane.
What's that?
You can add an airplane.
You could, yeah, if you wanted to add an airplane to your sky. I would wait till for it to be fully dry and use your marker again and kind of draw like maybe a silhouette of an airplane up there. Yeah, you don't really want to use markers over wet paper because it can ruin the marker. So you want to wait till it's fully dry. Okay, so for my ocean here, or my lake, whatever you want to call it, I want to leave a lot of this middle area white. And so I'm going to kind of create like more calm water. So I'm going to basically take my my brush, and I'm just kind of using the tip of it, and I'm pulling pulling in from the side. I'm kind of bringing in the water from the side, and I'm going to leave a lot of white in between because it'll just look like reflections. It'll be a little bit more dense, so maybe not quite as many highlights on the side, but as I work my way to the middle, so I'm going to add some in here too, but I might make the lines a little bit lighter, a little bit thinner, because I really kind of want there to look a little bit like a reflection, but I still want it to look like there's still some waves, you know, in here, but just a little bit lighter in there. You can use different shades of blue too. It kind of adds depth when I might bring in a little bit of dark blue, but not a whole lot. And I like mixing the colors. And then when I go kind of up and under my boat, around it, just kind of doing these kind of horizontal lines, like left to right for my water, rather than up down. Up down, it won't look so natural, because water, the waves tend to go, let me see if I can show you, the lines kind of go more left to right. Like when you see a wave, it goes horizontally, right? So, yeah, and these are, you can kind of see up close, the lines go more left to right. So I'm just going to kind of do these kind of left to right. They don't have to be perfect. They can be a little wavy, a little squiggly. Mix some different colors in there. Just be careful not to go over your boat. But you can also go in between the sails, right? So you're going to have these little spaces. Make sure not to forget those little spaces. So it looks like the water is behind the sails. Now, some of you are mentioning the shadow underneath the boat. So, because this is more sunset, my boat is going to be a little bit in shadow. So you can make your sailboat whatever color you want. If it's going to be a white sailboat, you could add a little bit of gray to the side because it would look a little bit darker at sunset. Or you could use blue to make it look like it's just kind of in shadow, or purple. Maybe I'll add a little bit of purple into this. I'm just throwing up my name a little bit, that's okay. But, so I kind of made because it's kind of in shadow, I kind of made it this kind of purpley color, and then underneath it, I might use some dark blues and purples. Maybe mix a little bit of dark blue. You don't want to mix your colors on your palette because then it kind of ruins your original color, but you can kind of mix it. I'm going to add some blue and purple together and make my own shade of purpley blue. And then underneath my sailboat, I'm just going to do a few little lines kind of going off, you know, kind of the same shape. So it's kind of this triangular shape. It's going to kind of go, mine's going to go off the page. My shadow is going to go off the page a little bit like that. Because it's going to be a really long shadow. So again, I'm going to keep this area in between here a little bit lighter, but then I want to add some more color over here to, because the sun's going down, it will be a little bit darker, but it's going to have a nice glow in here. So I'm going to keep it nice and light here in the middle, but still want to add a few little lines in there. And then any little white spaces, you don't have to fill it in solid because it'll just look like little, it'll look like reflections on the water. So you don't have to worry about filling in every single little, like the sky we really filled in pretty solid unless you added a cloud, but the water, it's nice to see some of those lines because it just kind of looks, just looks like little reflections, little highlights. So. All right. Also with the shadow, you don't want to make your shadow too perfect because it is kind of wavy, right? The water is kind of messy. So you could actually let some of those lines kind of extend a little bit outside of that little area. So just a few little squiggles. Okay. So if you're kind of done with your boat, now if you want to, at least in my picture, I've used a lot of blues.
I'm done with my whole picture.
You're done with your whole picture? Wow, let me see that. Let's see, Anjali, hang on one second. Oh my goodness, that looks beautiful.
I added blue and green to make the water.
Oh, I love it. Kind of like a pretty aqua blue. And let's see, Adion, yours is looking good too. Wow, you added that awesome city in the background. I love how creative you got with that. So yeah, some of you added houses, some of you maybe didn't add anything. Adion's added a really cool city in his background. Okay, so I think for my sails, I want to have a little bit of warmth. So I think I'm going to do maybe like a nice orange or a red for my sails. Maybe I'll mix my own shade again over here, kind of create my own color.
Bye.
Okay, bye. If you're finished, I'll see you next week, okay? Okay, I know we are getting close to the end of class, so I know some of you might have to hop off, but I'm gonna stay here and finish with you. So maybe I want to add some nice color here. I'm gonna bump and jump. Oh, you know what I forgot to do? I forgot to do my sun in the middle of my sailboat. I'll come back in and do that in a minute. So you could either do a pattern or you could paint the whole thing in one color. Between. And then for the mountains, I want to show you guys really quick. I know some of you probably going to go soon. Let me show you. I wanted to show you how to do mountains that kind of go back in space. So like with a sunset sky like this, the mountain that's closest to us will be the darkest. So for example, I might use this kind of dark purpley blue that I made. And I'll probably do my lowest mountain nice and dark. And be careful to go around my little houses here. I might, you could add a little glow to your little houses if you want. Make it look like their lights are on, they're just coming on. So again, I'm gonna make this first mountain nice and dark.
This guy.
Let me see, let's see. Oh, it's looking wonderful, Tiffany. Oh, and you decided to leave your sails white. I like that because it really makes the sailboat pop. Looks awesome. Yes, I love it. You did such a beautiful job, Tiffany. Okay, so here, I've got my first mountain, the bottom one. It's the darkest. So now when I go back in space, it's going to go a little bit lighter. So maybe I kind of want to add some green in here so it's not just all blue. So I might make a little bit of an aqua blue. And my next mountain, I'm going to make it a little bit lighter, add a little bit more water to thin it out, to thin out the paint a little bit. You can also drop color in, so if I'm using one color, so let's say I've got kind of this... What? You could drop a little bit of extra color in there. I could take some green and while it's still wet, kind of drop some color into another part of my picture, and it kind of adds some more color. So I don't know if you guys can see that, but you see I'll add a little bit of green in there. And then my last mountain, so I added 3, I'm going to make it even lighter. So maybe I'll just use a nice light green. Spinning out with a lot of water. Usually the top of the mountain might be slightly darker than the bottom. It's just kind of like, it gives it that nice gradation. And if that last mountain gets a little dark, you could even just kind of pull out some of that color. And maybe my little bird here. I like the idea of him being a seagull, so I'll just add a little hint of color, but keep him mostly white. I'm going to fill in this little space where my sun was. I forgot to add that. I think I'll just keep my flag white. All right, so does anybody want to share? Is anyone done? Let's see, B. Ooh, look at that sunset. Oh my goodness, that's so pretty. Let's see. Wow. Oh my gosh, I love all the colors that you did on your sailboat. Oh my gosh, it really makes that stand out. I love the reds. It's so nice. It looks like you did more of a beach scene. There's little people back there. I love it. So creative. Thank you for sharing, B. It's great to see you again. Wow, nice. Dwani, this turned out so beautiful too. Oh, there's your pirate ship. I like your little pirate ship you got there. Very nice. Oh yeah, I haven't painted my houses yet. I like how you did your little houses back there. And the water looks beautiful. Very nice. Thank you for sharing. All right, let's see. I see your feathers that you did. Wow, check it out. That is looking so good. All right, so what color are you gonna do on your building? You gotta choose like a nice shade, nice color for your building. Bye. 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 Those of you who are hopping off. Anybody else want to share before we hop off? Bye, B. Anybody else want to share? Gianna, Mila, Akriti. Ooh, beautiful. Ooh, you decided to stick with the purples. I love. Oh, this is just gorgeous. Do you, maybe just finish that other side of your sail. Oh my gosh, it's so pretty. I like how your mountains just really fade. So you did not add the black, and I love that. I like how you just kept it nice. These mountains just like they're fading into the background. It's so gorgeous. You did such a great job. All right, beautiful, Mila. Oh, this is coming out so nice. I love your sky. It's almost like this beautiful like halo that's happening, almost like a rainbow, like a blue rainbow happening over your sun. I love that. And your water looks amazing with all the little short lines you're doing. That looks great. Beautiful. Yeah, just a little bit more to go. Let's see, Gianna, did you want to, I don't know where you went, but if you want to share yours, I would love to see it. Add just a hint of red into my sailboat, just to brighten it up. Spotlight. Okay.
Bye.
Bye. Did you want to share yours, Gianna, before you hop off? Yeah? Okay, let's see. Beautiful. Oh, it's really coming along nicely.
It's drawing the sunset.
Beautiful. Yeah, I mean, you can take your time finishing it up. It looks wonderful. All right. Well, yeah, Gianna, it was fun having you in 2 back-to-back classes. I hope you enjoyed the trial also. All right. I'm going to say goodbye, guys. We do have another class coming up at 6 p.m. So, so good to see you, Mila. And wonderful, Gianna, to meet you. And I look so forward to seeing you guys next week. Okay, with another fun project. Have a wonderful afternoon, okay? Bye.
outside right now. No, stop. Stop. No, you're cleaning up. My class is getting started. You did not nap, so maybe you should take a cleaner outside. RJ, inside for just a minute. Anya, RJ, take it.
Inside, guys.
Inside. Now. Get us that corn husk and that cup and bring it inside. As soon as my class starts, you will come back outside and you'll pick up every single piece of corn. Do you hear me? Auntie Shanna, when my class gets started, KJ has to go out there and pick up every single piece of corn that is on that floor. You want to see what I taught? So this is my first class. We did some mozzarella. And then my second, this was the trial class. Oh yeah, they're little starfish. And then the second class, we did a sailboat. You want to see? See the sailboat?
Is it made of paint?
Yeah, so we did pencil, Sharpie, and we painted it.
How many people it took a lot?
What?
What
do you mean?
How did you do that so fast? Because it took a lot.
Oh, well, it was an hour. That was an hour class.
Can you look what I asked?
What is that?
My
Is
one.
that the racer?
No, it's a pink fish. It's a lure. For a fish shop. A real fish shop. Not boat. No. Everything in the pocket.
You want that? I hope all those trial people sign up.
Yeah, did they seem like they liked it?
It seemed like it. There were like 7 or 8 of them.
I'm sure they will. Only one kid yesterday. I'll send them the. Were you able to video it?
I did.
Okay, good.
I almost forgot. I'm like,
Well, yeah, I'm glad you did. So you have to video on Wednesdays, really. All right, let me get my stuff set up. All right, cool. Yeah, that turned out really cute. How did this work? Better? Or
Not
just-
better.
Okay, so then we probably don't need to do anything
Yeah.
other than keep maybe look for one that's just like a solid bar. Okay.
oh, but nice if they just had one that's just like a bar that goes over like this. Like,
We just need an L bar.
yeah.
Something else sturdy. I'm sure they made that. So Kelly's gonna come pick up RJ at 6 o'clock. Jessica's not coming, but if you want to stay, we can finish the window today. I just have 2 kids eat and play
Did Elizabeth at pre-K mom come into the trial class? Oh, I wanted to get a new piece of paper down here too.
What?
I wanted to get a new piece of paper down here too because it looks like crap. Okay, we'll do it.
Yeah.
Alright, guys, be aware. Your dad thinks that my Your dad thinks that my sensor's just off. My tires are good, but I'm just gonna have him look at it anyways on Sunday. So I do have to take in my car on Sunday,
Oh, you have them.
and then Monday, if you can help me pick up my car, probably Monday. And my appointment's at 7:30 in the morning, so probably pick it up Monday after
The appointment's at
30 in the morning. My appointment's at 7:30 in the
So we have to
morning.
drop off?
Yeah, I'm gonna drop it off Sunday night. So can you help me pick it up on Monday?
For what time?
I don't know when they call and say they're
Oh.
done.
Okay.
I'm assuming it'll be around 3 o'clock. I'm assuming.
Oh,
I
awesome.
don't know. I don't think it's gonna take them all day to do an oil change. I know it will come, but you know the weird thing is it did say. He said, "Oh, the backup camera also has a recall, but I can't get you that part."
No, you didn't mention it then.
No shit. Anyways, but I was like, I thought that was weird. I'm not a big fan of Honda. As you can tell. So I need to add Jackie to the list. I need to tape this one. So I'm taping it to the computer, right? I'm taping it to the computer. And I need to spotlight myself.
It should be done converting, so you can go ahead and get yourself in. Welcome to that.
Hi.
Okay, come put it down.
Okay, some water. Alright, on to just some really cool cards. Here's you to a burning bush. Goodbye. I was like, well, that has a lot of relevance. There's a burning bush in the Bible. He talks to Noah. So, RJ made this and love.
Wow, look at you. Cool, guys. I love this now.
You need a razor blade? No.
My dad did not grab that food. That's okay. It had snacks, but it didn't have food.
I had strawberries. I asked for a few strawberries. No, he just said, I'm going to grab your shoes. And I was like, okay. I kind of got more on it just away. I have some nuts.
If you use regular markers,
No. Okay, so this is what I'm going to do. I didn't get a chance to do too much, but just sketch it out.
I love that.
Yeah, so, and then I took a picture of RJ. So I'm going to use this background there. I didn't have a chance. And then just some other things, you know. Yeah. So I'm going to have to go out this way a little bit more. Yeah, right there. I'm like that. I want to try to get more pictures of things that I've taken, right?
Oh, wow.
Okay, so that's all the way zoomed out.
My aunt showed me so many pictures. The health and the coffee.
Wait, what did you say?
My aunt forwarded me all these
You
pictures of like health and coffees.
Should we do one of those then?
I mean, obviously, not all of them. There's a lot of big scenes, but like,
Oh, is that where you were at?
yeah. Actually, I don't mind. Just some of these pictures are so cool. Like there's this one at the barn, beautiful tree, that one.
Mm-hmm.
There's one,
Let me get into it just for a second. Can we use any of these for our classes?
yeah, so yeah, I was thinking. Obviously, I don't want to be too similar. I mean, I want to be some variety, but like this one really pretty.
I do want to plan the lessons.
Coffee pictures.
You found the poppy?
No.
Poppy would be really fun to do.
I'll see if she gets it to me.
What's going on? What's going on? What's going on? Why are you hitting him with that? Why? Let's not. Let's not ruin the still life. Let's keep it nice. It is. So do you have 10 kids in this class? There's 2 pieces of paper? Is that what I'm seeing? You have 10 kids, there's 2 pieces? You have 10 kids?
Oh, from my class?
Yeah. Okay. And then I've got, Linus is trying it out today.
No, he's not. Yeah, remember, Nadia said they can't do it.
Oh, they can't even do this? Oh, so I don't have anybody in my class today.
I thought you said your campus.
Jackie is, but she's in Minnesota today.
Oh. Are we done?
Oh.
I know. I was like,
Well, let's just see if anybody joins,
let's
because
see. Yeah.
so Linus can't do it at all.
So I even told her that Aveline can join the adult class too, because her skills are really good. She said, well, then they'll join the adult class
Oh, both.
or the camp. I was like, oh.
Okay. Well, no, Jackie is going to. So Jackie. So I wonder if Layla or did Cindy say she was joining? So we'll see. Okay, so Jackie, but Emily cannot make it. She just couldn't make it today.
Okay. Well, if nobody shows up, then I guess we need to do the window.
Even earlier. Okay, well I can all. Oh wait, no, Hannah's in here. So Hannah's coming. But Hannah did not pay at all, which is kind of like ah. Okay, so Hannah's coming. Okay, let me get Hannah. Okay, Shanna.
Yeah.
We need to be very specific. Thank you for all of our paying weekly customers. I mean, maybe we need to be even more specific.
Customers, all 300 of them.
Mm-hmm. Okay. All right, I'm gonna hop on and say hi to Hannah Banana. Oops, Snotskis. How did the mute go, Shanna?
Oh, we got free entry bunch. Yay. For online? Yeah.
For online. Hey, Hannah. Oh, awesome. I do have here. Here's the book. Here, let me get this. Hi. Oh wait, am I still on mute? No.
I muted it.
Oh, okay. How's it
Nice to
going?
see you.
Nice to see you too. Does your hair look totally different? Did you chop it off?
It was actually on your birthday. I did it. So
Oh my goodness, it looks super, super cute.
And I got little highlights in there too.
Oh, no way. Let me zoom in. Yeah.
A little bit.
Got little highlights in there too.
Cute.
That is so cool.
It was like around 7 inches.
Wow, that's a ton of inches.
Felt so good though. And
Oh, I
it
bet.
feels so good now.
I bet. Ooh, let me move this up just a little bit. We got a little bit new system. So has everybody noticed your new haircut?
Yeah.
How was your party with your girlfriends?
It was really good, yeah. We did a tie-dye and we did tie-dye socks and t-shirts.
Did the tie-dye come out?
Yeah, you want to see it?
Yeah, I totally want to see it.
I'll go grab it from downstairs. I'll be right back.
Sure.
No.
Oh my gosh, Hannah looks so different. With her hair cut off. Why is that hurting the bunny? I agree, Anya, I agree. That face. Ooh, let's see what you tie-dyed. All right. Is that KJ? No. Kelly? No. That's you? Oh, I love that. Oh, I love the mainly like the white kind of added into that. RJ Dame, no thank you. That turned out really cute. I like those colors. Your
This
hair.
one, I really had no vision with this. It just came out however.
Yay! They both turned out really cool. Are they both for you?
I'm actually going to this one for my brothers because it's a little bigger.
Nice. I know the orange one looks like it might fit Jerry or Joshua, right? RJ, it's not turned on.
Socks, I did.
Oh, cool too. That's really neat.
It was a lot of fun. Then we had like a meatball dinner that we made, everyone, and then we just like catched up because everyone was at college last year, so it was good to see each other again.
Yay! And that was all at the house, and that was for your birthday.
It was more like a get together I mean,
Okay.
they did say happy birthday to us, but just like there's no like presents or anything, which is totally fine.
Yeah.
Presents, I mean, like physical presents of them is just enough. So
Yeah. Sometimes we just don't need any more stuff too.
right.
Right. Yeah. All right.
I cannot believe that this week is my mom's birthday now
I
too.
know.
Just
What is
time
it's on
keeps
Monday,
going.
right?
It's actually Saturday.
It's already on. Oh, it is on Saturday. Yeah.
I know.
What are you guys gonna do on Saturday for her birthday?
I think they're actually gonna be my dad and my mom are going to a marriage retreat just in Elk River, so close by. So just for the week.
Oh my gosh, how amazing! They're going on a marriage retreat for Auntie Rhonda's birthday this Saturday. So her and her husband, or her and Uncle Jerry. What a good idea. I want to go on a marriage retreat. Who's going to watch you brothers? That sounds nice. That sounds really nice. Hannah, it might just be you and I tonight. I have Jackie signed up, but she's going to be absent. She's actually in Minnesota right now. She's out, not in Oklahoma. She's out by you. So, yeah, so it might just be us two, but that'll be good. It'll be fun. I'm going to tape it so that I can send it to her. Do you have your Prisma, your ebony pencil? Or, do you have
I don't think I've ever had those kind.
Okay. Do you have a drawing pencil, like and types of drawing pencils, like the 2H's, HBs? Because we're going to do pencil today. So any type of drawing pencils. RJ. I haven't recorded yet, but I will let you know when I get started.
Yeah, I have a number 2 pencil.
Oh, excellent. You have a number 2 pencil. And then do you have any other of the numbers? Okay. Number 2 will work. So number 2 will get number 2 you can get a good variety. And where was my little? I wanted to show you my. Oh yeah, here, grayscale. So RJ, KJ, and Anya, I'm gonna start my lesson. So would you guys like to do some, I don't know, model magic in the back, way back? I have that open on the table already. Yeah, maybe in the way back. I have the table open. All right, the model magic's on the bag right there on the table. And then maybe that's just enough because Kelly will be here any minute.
Oh, and his birthday's coming up too.
Kelly just turned 50.
Oh yeah, we were trying. We were trying to guess how old he was turning. I thought it was like somewhere in the 40s.
He turned the big 50, just like Shanna. Shanna and KJ or Kelly turned 50 this year. Crazy, I know, right? So, yeah, I can't believe it. Yeah, so that's where we were. We were in American River, so we celebrated his birthday rafting or playing by the river, and then that's his picture right here. So I decided that's where we were for Kelly's 50th and Father's Day. So I thought we would draw camping today. So I thought that would be really, really cool, and we'll draw some camping. So.
No, did you know what we got for our dad for Father's Day?
What did you guys
You'll
get?
never guess. He got a brand new car.
What? You guys
I'll
got
send you the video of his reaction because he was not expecting it at all.
that is so super cool.
It was actually a used car, but we went to like it was a city called Avon. It was like an hour from where we lived in Elk River, and so it was a dealership. I mean, not a dealership. It was like a auto trader type thing, and it's a Toyota Prius white 2007.
Wow, I'm so happy for him. Yay!
So now I got the silver Corolla that he used to drive. So that's my car.
Nice. Yay! Awesome. Oh, I love it. I love it.
It was a really fun surprise. And then we went on he wanted to go on a nature hike after, so that's what we did. And it was really pretty. Because actually it was kind of misting. Because we haven't really got much rain this summer, but it was really nice to have. So.
Oh, I think that would have been a perfect Father's Day, especially the car. They got Uncle Jerry a car for Father's Day. Yeah, like a nice little Prius. How cool!
It's going to help with his long commute to work because of the gas mileage is so good.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Super efficient.
Yeah, they got really good gas miles. That's what we rented to drive to Chicago one year. Yeah.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Okay.
Because we got the really good gas mileage. Are you okay, buddy? Oh, poor guy, I think got hit in the eye. Okay, Auntie Shanna's got him. Auntie Shanna's got him. All right. Okay, so
This meeting is being recorded.
all right. Okay. Oh, yeah, all right. Well, we're recording the meeting, so I can send it to those that are missing. And I thought today we are going to work on the grayscale. So that's this right here. So really, I thought we would just kind of start and sketch. You know, sketch a nice camping scene. I was just at the American River, so pulled in this picture. And then being in the redwoods, I pulled in another river picture. I thought we could even add like a little simple tent that I got, just like a little, you know, military tent. And we can have some fun today sketching, just kind of creating our own composition. But I do want to work on just trying to see how many shades of gray we could fit in. And so hopefully we could fit in as many as almost all of these, you know. And then what I want to do first is just start by sketching, and then we'll just build in the layers of color, the layers of gray. So when I'm taking all these different pictures and I want to create my own composition, I just want to look at all of them for a second and kind of see what parts I want to pull. And I really love the angle of this river, how it kind of comes in from the side angle. And then I really love the background of these trees, pulling in the tent, and maybe some of the redwoods. So one of the things that I like to do is maybe not copy the picture exactly, but kind of create my own composition. And you at home can just kind of pull some of the ideas and things that I draw, or you can kind of create a little bit of your own too. You can kind of go off on your own too. So. All right, well, let's get started. Doing something like this, I'm going to put in the main part, which I see is the river. And I'm just going to gently sketch in, and I'm going to go kind of dark so you can see. But I'm just going to sketch in the side of the river. Is he okay? He got cooked in the eye. So I'm just going to take this line, and I'm going to kind of just throw in this river right here. And what I want to do now is I notice that's going to be smaller on one edge, a little bigger on the other. And I'm just going to kind of sketch it in. I'm not really going, for you at home, you don't have to go too dark. You can even use some of your side of your pencil. So I know I've got my river here. And then what I want to probably do next is, let's go ahead and sketch in our tent. That's going to be the most... That's going to take the most time to sketch in. And maybe I want to put you can decide anywhere you want to put your tent, but I might have mine on the bank of the river here. And I might want to just kind of flip it so the opening is kind of facing the river. But it's a very simple tent to draw, so I think we can just break it down. So I'm going to put it kind of right here. And I'm going to start with the top of the tent, which is this line that kind of cascades a little down. And then what I want to do after that is just get these, the top of the tent, and then I want to now get the side of the tent. And it's basically just a rectangle, just at an angle. So it kind of has a little bit of a curve here, a little bit of a curve there, almost like the ships of the sail of a ship. And then it just jets back like this. And then on one side, I'm just going to kind of come down. It looks like it just comes down in another little rectangle here, and then just comes back. So I've got the side of the tent. And then what I really want to do is get kind of that opening of the tent and facing the river. So I'm just going to play along with this side here. And I'm just going to pull in the, kind of how it's pulled up and kind of tied on the one edge, and then it just falls down. So I'm just going to kind of maybe even create like a little line for the tie. Down the middle, we're just going to have the pole, maybe come down the middle, and then I want to do the other side. So here, all I'm going to do is just at the top, I'm just going to create that same kind of cascading edge. You know how I did it on this side? It kind of comes down like a sail. I'm going to do the same thing on that side, and then I'm just going to pull it straight down. And then really what we're going to see is just that other little part, which is, hey Kelly, the kids are in the back. I'm just going to pull in, I'm going to do the same thing, just pulling in this kind of fabric here, just pulling into the side and pulling it down. And maybe putting like a little tie. I could probably clean up my pole right here. Just have some fun. You see like my angle's a little side here. Just going to kind of pull it down more. Now, what I want to do is ground my tent. I want to get my tent grounded. I have to pull this down just a little bit because it's further away. I just want to make sure it looks like it's further away, so it's got to be a little lower. There we go. Okay, so just an outline right now. And then what I want to do next is just kind of add some of these strings. So I notice that we're just going to pitch the tent. It's going to come off. Maybe there's going to be a little stake down there. Pinching it off over here, staking down my tent so it's not going to fly away. Probably won't see the other side there. Maybe you want to have this one curved down a little. All right, so now let's go ahead and add some more landscape. I'm not going to shade this in quite yet. I just want to kind of sketch everything for the first good portion of the class, and then we'll go in and shade. I should put it just at a little bit of an angle here. There we go. And then, all right. I don't know. Oh, is there a diaper? Yes, at the front over here. Ah, kids. All right, so now what I want to do is just think, I really love how this pebble and rocks are here. So I want to kind of get that going in this whole area. And then maybe put like a little fire pit going here. So I'm just going to line the side of the bank here by these kind of short little just rocks. So really you're just going to fill in this whole section with small rocks, big rocks, kind of all these, they're really almost just a lot of really organic shape. Some of them are rounder, some of them are smaller. So I'm just going to take a moment to really just fill this all in here as it cascades all the way down the bank. Now, some of the rocks are on top of each other, so you might just see a heavy line on the bottom. And I'm just kind of just trying to sketch it in right now, just getting that whole kind of outer shape. So I am taping and it is getting sent out, so. It's Hannah, and then I'm taping it for Jackie. So, yeah. So Jackie will get a kick out of RJ saying, bye. Because she's got Carly, who is the same age. So, yeah. So fun. Okay, so right now, I kind of put me, here we go. So I just really pulled it down. I might pull some bigger ones up here. I don't know exactly what type of brush I want to put in there yet, so I'm just going to leave that blank. I'll come back in here and clean up this, but I know that this is going to be rocky. And then why I'm down in this little section, I want to go ahead and put maybe a little campfire. Maybe there's like a little campfire going. So he literally beelined it straight to the door. He is so excited. He has not napped. He'll pass out and after bath. All right, have a good night. And then I'm just going to put a little fire down here so you can have some fun with the logs. Maybe you just see like a side of a log, maybe another side of a log, kind of like almost like two fingers coming down. And then maybe your fire is going to be a little small fire, so it might kind of cascade up a little bit, kind of have this little swirly lines. You can really have some fun with it. I just kind of drew the outline, almost like a flower. It kind of comes up. And then maybe around your fire, you might have like some bigger stones or rocks as kind of like to sit around the fire. And maybe they will be a little bit more flatter on the bottom. Here we could just take a moment just to kind of put a little heavier pencil on the bottom so they look a little grounded. All right, so maybe because we're in the redwoods, we might want to put like a redwood tree or two here off to the side. I absolutely love these. The redwoods are these really beautiful tall trees. I mean, they go up so tall, and then you're not really going to get any branches to way, way, way up here. But what you do see is this beautiful bark. So I'm thinking that could be lining kind of right next to right by the river. And you might just see the side of one of the redwoods kind of coming up. And it's just going to go right off the page. And here I can just kind of maybe have my angle come out a little bit on the bottom. And as I shade this up, I'm going to try to create this bark by just creating these lines as I'm coming just straight up the tree. Not coloring everything in, but just kind of creating this kind of, in a way, just these nice long lines. I'll probably then just take my finger and just smear in the rest of that charcoal to kind of just get a base color there. And then if any rocks or anything that I drew earlier, I'm just going to cover up with some more lines. Now you might see, I don't know, a branch or two, maybe just up here. I might just throw like a branch or two, like just maybe one or two coming out. And then really just around the edge, I'm not going to deal with too much greenery, but you can just kind of use the side of your pencil and just go around the edges very lightly. We might add a little bit more later. And I'm just using the edge of my pencil. And automatically by using the edge of the pencil, you're going to create this highlight and shadow, which is really nice. Okay, so on the other side of the river, I thought we would take the picture that I took of my little guy RJ in the water on the American River. So it's like right here. Just absolutely love that it was surrounded by these hills, just these beautiful foothills. So the very first thing I'm going to do is just kind of get this beautiful foothill in there. And you can have fun with this. Maybe yours goes up or down or how many hills or creases it has. It's up to you. I'm definitely going to have it go across the whole page. So from one edge to the other till it hits my redwood. And right now, I'm just going to start to layer in some of the bushes. So right on the bank, on the other side of the bank of the river, there's these beautiful big bushes that just are sitting right on that river's edge. And I really almost want to draw them like a cotton ball or a, I don't know, kind of like, a cloud in a way. So I'm just going to draw the outer shape. So I'm just going to take the side of my pencil and I'm just going to kind of draw this outer shape. It's kind of, it almost looks like a ball. While I'm here, I could use a little bit of that pencil line inside to create a little bit of the branches. Kind of just creating twigs. Getting some texture in there. Just a lot of short lines, almost like a controlled scribble inside. There's another bush that comes right next to it. I'm just going to go ahead and draw that in there. Get that shape in there. There's another one right next to it. There's about like 3 or 4 little bushes that line the bank of the river. So I'm going to draw them all kind of the same way. Trying to get these branches in there. Just kind of doing this kind of controlled scribble to show that there's definitely some line quality there. There's some depth and some texture too. I'm going to take a moment to really heavily add more line quality to the bottom line here, because I know that that's going to be, less sun is going to get there, so there's going to be more of a shadow. And then while I'm here, I might do the same thing I did with my redwood tree, is just take my finger and just gently go over my bushes, bringing up some of that dark charcoal from the number 2 pencil. Now you could be using number 2 pencil, a 4 pencil, any type of pencil will work. You can get this great variety. It's just going to be how dark, you know. I'm using an ebony pencil, which might be a little bit darker than what yours will turn out. But you're still going to see a beautiful, very beautiful grayscale, which we're trying to achieve. So, all right, so let's take a look more about this. This beautiful bank on the other side. It looks like there's some rocks and pebbles here, so I'm just going to kind of go ahead and just draw this short little line that looks like there's a little beach. And then right behind it, there's some more bushes. So I'm going to draw this kind of bush line, and then there's a big bush right here. The same one kind of on this side, so I'm going to draw it the same way. And I've really lined my bank on the other side with these beautiful bushes, some short shrubbery. Making sure I add lots of lines. Take my finger and just kind of rub a little bit more. I'm going to just take a second to add a few little texture lines and little pebbles to this beach here, kind of the same way I did to the foreground beach. More of like round circles and ovals. And then what I want to do next is get some of those beautiful trees in the background. Kind of just, and now when I do the trees, one of the things I want to keep in mind is just the different heights, right? You've got, you know, a small little tree here. You've got a section of 3 that are about the same size here. Then they jet up. So they're all different sizes. I was at Young Living's convention this weekend, and it was all online this year. But they, Gary Young, the founder of the essential oil company, he said that trees are like antennas, like that are reaching the spiritual world, but they're also grounded on earth. So now I can't help but look at trees and see like these little antennas that are reaching up towards the heavens, right? So I just think that that's really neat. And they're all different, right? They're all, no 2 trees are going to be the same. So you could really have some fun drawing them. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to work my way from one side to the next. And when I'm drawing like these trees, these look like some California sycamores. I'm really just going to draw the outer shape. And this one to me almost looks like just a pointed triangle. So it's going to kind of come up in the middle, kind of comes down on the sides. So we've got this beautiful kind of pointed triangle. It kind of rests right in the back. And then I got another set of trees right behind that, are kind of all the same. They also look like that California sycamore. Kind of comes up with that trunk, so I always want to draw the trunk. This one looks like it comes up higher than the mountains, just a little bit, although this one does too, although my mountain is not the exact same size as the picture. And then here I'm just going to go ahead and add in, kind of just using a heavy line with my pencil, kind of scribbling in the bushes, the tree branches and leaves. And just almost as if I was drawing like a Christmas tree or a pine tree, and just kind of pulling it down. I'm going to do the same thing for the next one. I'm drawing shorter lines that are just coming out from the main trunk and kind of cascading down. Now I do want to make sure that my trunk of my tree is very solid, so I'm going to go back over and just kind of really darken up that tree trunk And then I can take my finger and gently go over some of the whole tree, so it kind of looks like you've got some shading, all the different different shades in there. All right, so now I've got this couple big beautiful trees here. I'm not quite sure what this one is, but it looks nice. Maybe it's an oak. And it's really tall and beautiful, and it really looks like it's got a nice big base. And then this one, instead of looking like a pine or Christmas tree, almost looks like it has these branches that just jet off. And the easiest way to do trees like this is to think of drawing a bunch of Ys, like the letter Y. So you've got like a little Y here, you've got a bigger Y here, you can do a little Y here. And they're always reaching up. You know, the trees are always reaching up for the sun and for the most part. I mean, the pine trees reach out, directly out, but not too many are reaching so like super down when you're drawing these. So even the pine trees, if their branches are coming down, the pine needles are reaching up towards the head, like towards the sky. So I got the outline here, and I really like my outline. Just going to darken up some of those branches, and then what I could do around this whole tree is now you can do a couple ways. You can kind of group it where you kind of draw this outline around the whole tree. There's a couple different ways to draw trees like this. Kind of group it and just kind of do this nice organic shape. And then you can come in and then you can start to shade. And some parts are going to be a little darker, some parts are going to be lighter. And when you're shading, you're going to think about putting some of the darker lines and just darker areas right underneath some of those branches that you already drew. And then you're getting in the texture. And this one kind of really emphasizes the outer shape of this tree. Now, one of the things though is trees are very thick with lots of bushes and lots of leaves, lots of branches. So we're going to make sure that there's no white that is coming through this tree. So we're going to really take our time to kind of get a nice coat. And then I'm going to take my finger, rub it in a little bit more. And then if I had any of that line from that mountain behind, I want to make sure that that's totally hidden. All right, I love it. I see a few more. I'm going to skip some of these trees. I don't have to draw every single one that I see because it's my composition and I get to have fun and play around with which ones I want to add and not. I do see these very specific ones. These look exactly like almost look like raindrop trees right here. Let's see if I can zoom in just a little. Whoa, zoomed in way too much. Let me zoom back out. But they almost look like perfect little raindrops. Do you see how they just come down? And one side of this one is definitely darker than the other side. So let's draw this. Let's try and practice drawing this tree. And there's 3 of them, and we can practice them in front of the other. So let's see if I can put it right here. Let's see. There we go. Okay, so these 3 here. The very first thing I'm going to do is just draw the outer shape that I see, which really just comes down. It almost looks like a teardrop, right? While I'm here, I'm just going to take a second to erase the inside of my line, my mountain there, so it looks like it's in front, you know. The next one, next to it, it's right behind it, so you're going to see it jut up just a little bit. You're going to see it kind of come down, and then it falls off into the background. I'm also going to take my eraser and just erase that little line in the middle. And then it looks like there's one more behind it. It looks a little tall. So I'm just drawing one more behind it, a little tall, a little skinnier, and it's right there. Okay, so I've got the outer shape of these 3 beautiful tall trees. And then what I want to do is it looks like it's the branches would draw that kind of trunk in there. You don't really see it because it's super thick, but at least I'll get it drawn in there. And then these branches kind of seem like they really come up. And they're coming from that trunk, and they're coming up, they're reaching up towards the sky. I'm going to do these short little lines on the left side of all of them. And then I'm just going to kind of really make sure there's no white coming in. Take my finger and just kind of blend it. And then I want to do the same thing to the other side. It's going to be a little bit lighter. And it's going to be a little lighter like this, and just kind of still using that texture, those lines. But I want to show that one side is like a little bit lighter than the other because it's really pronounced in these trees here. All right, so now I really think I can just clean up the edges just a little bit. If you see any hard lines, just kind of come in and kind of pull it down. Just want to clean it up. And then I've got a little bit of room to add another couple trees or so, you know, and I'm gonna have some fun. I might add one. I might want to add this tree right here that looks like it's got the nice skinny trunk, and then it's not as full as the other ones. So let's have some fun adding one of those type of trees in there. You're really going to see a nice tall trunk, and maybe this one's going to go off the page, and then you just see a few of the branches that are coming off. And then what I need to do is add a little bit of just some leaves around there. So what I can do is just add everything here. Just add a little bit of these short little kind of curly cues, and they're really just going to go right around the branches and really tightly because there's a lot of space there. And so this tree right here has a lot of negative space in between those leaves. So you can kind of, and I can just go ahead and add another layer. Every time you do it the first time, you just get that first base layer, and then the next one you do one more layer, you're going to get another shade from your grayscale, and it's just going to look even more realistic. Okay. All right, take a moment to look at your composition because your sizing of your trees might be completely different than mine. So what I want to do is I would love to just hold it up at arm's length and just look at it. And then let's take a few minutes to fill in any more trees that you want around this area. So it's okay if there's definitely some empty spaces, but maybe you want to fill in a tree or two. Maybe there's a smaller little tree. Like I feel like there could be like a little small tree here. So I'm going to take a moment to kind of fill in. I might do the same as this tree because I was kind of digging how it kind of just looks like a halo. And it's really all about the pressure. I'm trying to go lighter and darker to really get that grayscale in there. Let me put in another little tree down here, or maybe like a little more of a bush. And then maybe another little bush right here. So like another little tree. All right. So while I'm all back here and still working on this area on the other side of the bank, I can take a moment to really start to work on the mountain now. This is where I love to use this side of my pencil. It's actually the side that has the most circumference instead of the tip. because what I can do is very lightly just kind of come in with kind of a light shade of gray and just get this mountain in there all in this one shade so it pulls it together. And taking my finger after I get that done, and this is where you can use a blending stump or your finger, but I'm digging my finger and pushing it into the paper. And then I want to take a few moments, probably a good 5 minutes, and I'm going to try to get as many different shades of gray I can get into this little section. So if we take a look at the actual picture, and if it's not gray, right, it's green, right? So you see all the shades of green, from super light green to really, really dark green, almost black. So right now I want to take a moment and convert that to gray, but get as much light to dark as I can. And so this is where I'm just going to take a little moment and pay a little closer attention to the edges of the bank. Maybe this is where I can get some of those super dark areas, maybe around the edges of the bushes so they stand out. If one side of those pine trees was darker, maybe I can kind of make that consistent with all of my trees. Maybe coming in and just adding one more layer to all the left sides of the tree. And then also taking my finger to push that down. And paying really close attention to where things butt up against each other. So there might be like a little bit darker shadow between the trees that are behind the bushes, the ones that are in front of the bushes. And then you may need to actually take a moment to sharpen your pencil too, because we've been doing a lot of pencil work. So sometimes it's nice to have a really super sharp pencil tip. So I'm going to take a moment to just get mine a little sharpener. Excellent. All right. Okay. All right. I feel this is looking like it's got some good layers in there. I may come back to some more. We'll see. We'll see. I do want to take a moment, just taking a second to maybe darken up one side of the foothills, like maybe just a little bit on the side so it doesn't look all the same flat color. Just adding a little bit of maybe scratching up the surface so that it looks like there's some texture back there. And now what I'm going to do is work a little bit on that water. So really it's going to go probably a little darker to lighter. It's not a huge difference in value, but what I am going to do is use the side of my pencil the same way. And I just want to get this nice first coat going. So I'm going to go across the whole paper really carefully across the whole paper like this. And then after I get that in there, I'm using the pencil in the same direction I'm going to take my finger and just really push that graphite into the paper. And now I want to add some ripples. I want to add it. I want to make it look like it's water, right? So I'm going to take a moment to just get a little bit darker right at the bank's edge. Do one more layer so it looks like it's got that shadow there, right? And then you can come in just ever so softly. You can come in with just some ripples. So you can come in just with some, just some little bit of lines and kind of doing some type of pattern. That's super subtle, super subtle. So it's almost like, I don't know if you can really see it, but it's right here, super subtle. And they're just going to sit right on the surface, and you can have a few of them, you can have a lot of them, maybe they cascade out a little bit off to the side, maybe that's where the duck was. You saw so many geese, so many baby geese, so many baby ducks. Well, it's springtime, right? I mean, it just hit summer, so lots of baby animals out. It's so cool to see. I'm going to add some ripples coming up a little bit off to the edge. All right. Now we got a good 15 minutes or so to work on the foreground, which usually has the most detail, right? So what I do want to do is want to work on my rocks here. I want to get some shading in there, kind of how I did here. But looking at these rocks, we're going to see a little bit more variation from light to dark. So I can come in, and I could really kind of start to maybe shade some of the rocks just on the bottom, especially the ones, oh, that's right in my foreground, especially the ones right at the top. Maybe you can really get that bottom of it shaded in so it looks like a rock. You see how they're looking a little bit more grounded, a little bit more solid. Maybe finishing off the edges. Some are going to be right on top of each other. And then this is going to take a good 5 minutes or so to really take a moment to get this cleaned up, and especially in that foreground. And maybe as it gets further out towards the campsite, it turns a little bit into, more scarcer rocks. Maybe maybe the rocks are a little bit more separated. There's a little bit more space between them. Maybe you start to see little patches of grass that are popping up, and you can draw these kind of little squiggle marks that kind of pop up around. I'll just do my normal, the BLT. Yeah, that sounds fine. And then, can you order KJ his? Okay. I think I have something in here, so I'm good. All right, I think I'm going to, I'm still working on cleaning this up, some of my rocks down here, and just taking a moment really just to heavily put some shades on all the bottom of the rocks, really grounding it, maybe, and cleaning up those edges. Actually, Shannon, I changed my mind. I want that vegetarian quesadilla. Yeah, do you want to share it? Yeah, let's share it. Is that what you want? What? Yeah. Yeah, do French fries and then do a side of maybe onion rings or something. Or maybe fruit, or do a side of fruit. Do a side of fruit. I know, right? We got French fries, so do a side. Oh no, that's fine. Onion rings. What do you want? Do onion rings. Okay. Alright, I think I'm going to come in here some more, really clean up. I want to get some of the shading in between my rocks up here. Like all those little crevices in between each rock. I want it to get really dark. That way it's going to show that, yeah, there's some shade in there. The sun can't really get behind into those really, between those little rocks there. That way it's going to look more realistic. I'm going to add some dirt here and just kind of take a moment to kind of scuff up the surface a little bit with a nice little shade, a medium shade of the grayscale. Adding a little patches of grass. Maybe there's another rock or so just to break up that surface back here. And when you are working on the foreground, this is where you want to take the most care in coloring everything in, because this is where you're also going to see a lot of the detail, the line detail. So I'm going to take a moment, kind of like how I did the water. Just kind of scuff up the surface with some of the line, maybe a little bit darker right underneath the tent to show that it's got some shadow underneath there. And then inside the tent is probably going to be darker, right? Because it's going to be in shadow. So I might take a moment to kind of darken this up. Maybe there's an accessory to your tent. Maybe you see, I don't know, a table right outside. You can really have fun with whatever you wanted to add to the campsite. I was inspired to do the campsite since we were camping. I have my tent pretty white, so I might just scuff up a little bit right at the edges to kind of show a little bit of a shadow, but not too much. And really just coming back to like any more things in the foreground. Working on my flame, that wood here. Really taking a moment to really get that flame looking like it's a flame, maybe tracing some of those outer lines. And then taking my finger to kind of get a nice shade in there. Alright, I do want to take a moment to really pay close attention to the inside of my tent here. And then once I feel I got a good base, I always like to hold it up at arm's length and then really look at it again. Yeah, I feel it is looking pretty good. I just want to clean up a few little scuff marks, and this is where you want to really pay attention to like the edges. You know, where your edges are, how things fit together. Just pay close attention to all those little details right now. You can also take a moment, if you got too dark, you can always take a moment and also erase. You can always take your eraser, pull up some of that graphite. You can also use your eraser very much so like a highlighter too. What if you were to take your eraser and come into your water and pull some of these like ripple lines in there? You know, you could really have some fun. Oops, I pulled it too down. But you see how I can pull up some of these, you can make some lines just with the eraser too. So you can really go two ways. You can go darker with the pencil, you can go lighter with bringing it up with the eraser. I might add a little bit of both. It really makes my water stand out. Looks like it's got some texture. It looks like it's flowing. The American River that we were on is controlled by PG&E, so it lets it out during the day. We have more water, so we can go rafting down it, and then at night they turn it off, and then it goes lower. This is where actually gold was found. So we got to see Sutter's Mill, which was really, really cool. We also panned for gold, which was awesome. Didn't find any gold out in the wild, but we found it in the panning site. So that was really neat too. I think I want to figure out a good spot to slide my name. I never really like to put it smack dab in the middle of the painting, usually somewhere off to the side. I feel like it's really nice next to that tree right there, underneath that redwood tree. And we can do 2021. How is it 2021? Oh! It's crazy how fast it goes. Okay, I still feel like I want to get a little bit more shadow underneath my tent a little bit. Stuff up the surface a little bit, because there's got to be some dirt marks, some footprints. You know, around the tent site, there's always more things around there. It looks like it's been lived in. Nice. All right. Okay, I'll hold it up at arm's length one more time. Oh, yep, I'm happy. I like it. So this is just a really good example to just practice sketching from multiple pictures, getting that beautiful grayscale in there from light to dark, and then yeah, just practice kind of just creating your own composition. So I had so much fun with this today.
The recording has stopped.
Okay, that was weird. Did you hear that too?
Yeah, I heard it when it started too.
The recording has stopped. The recording has started. That is new, but all right. Okay, good. So I can send that to Jackie. So she's got the lesson. So how did your campsite turn out? How does it look? Did you have some fun with the it's just sketching with pencil? Just fun to practice sketching trees and getting really loose. You think what?
It would have worked better with drawing pencils. So.
Drawing pencils, yes, yeah. You'll get a little bit darker, definitely, with drawing pencils.
Yeah, it's not very dark. I can show it to you, but
yeah. Oh yeah. Oh, great composition though. Yes, I love the trees in the background. You can see, yeah, but you can see how mine can get a lot darker with the ebony pencil. So yeah. I think.
They sell them at Blick.
What?
They sell them at Blick Materials. It's I don't know if it's a local thing, but it's like an art store.
Oh yeah. They're basically everywhere. I like the ebony ones. These are pretty cool. It's a Prismacolor ebony. I feel like it's around a 4B. Let me see this. Yeah, it's right around a 4B. But they do come in like a set. They'll come in a set of like 8 or something. But yeah, so you could definitely experiment with that too. Like if you really like pencil and you like the quality of like that black and white, go ahead and I would suggest investing in definitely a pencil set.
What kind of paper did you use?
Oh, today I just used regular printer paper, just straight from the printer. What did you use today?
I used watercolor.
Oh, I should have mentioned something. Sorry, Hannah. The watercolor paper would have turned out just fine too. It just gives it a nice, beautiful texture. Yeah, I just used, I grabbed printer paper. I used watercolor paper for most everything, but I did grab the printer paper for today. Just for drawing and sketching and practicing. But you do get a different quality if you do pencil on watercolor paper too. So, yeah. Yay! Thank you for joining me today. I loved having you back in class. It's fun to get back. We had a good couple of weeks off. Okay, there's a weird light right here. Do you see it? That's so weird.
Oh, yeah.
It's like a stripe. That is, okay. Well, do you see that the sun is setting? So the sun is like really coming in right now. It is like 7 o'clock and is like coming in. Yeah. Is it still light out by you? Nice. I love summer. I love summer. Do you have any plans? I mean, well, your party's in a couple weeks, right?
Yeah, July 17th. So it's like 4th of July, we're going to get together with some family and friends from church and just have like a cookout barbecue type thing and just hang out. And we probably are going to have to watch fireworks separately because we're going to celebrate on Monday instead of actual 4th of July. So.
Oh, that's fine. I know we are going to be camping again in Cotillion Gardens. I don't think they have. I don't think that they have fireworks, so we're just gonna be in nature. It'll be great. We'll be down the San Lorenzo River again. There's this spot called the Garden of Eden, which is the little place off the river. So we're gonna have some fun. Yeah.
Still in San Jose.
This one is in Felton, which is about an hour south. About an hour south. Yeah, so not too far. Next city over. Yeah. My gosh. Give your mom a big happy birthday for us. All of us. I can't believe it's Saturday. Happy early birthday.
She's coming in frame.
You're not on video anymore. Hey, how's it going?
Doing well, thanks.
Yeah.
That's a nice screen behind you.
Ah, thanks. We painted the green screen. We got the sketching done today. We're all set up, ready to do this online business. Excited for your birthday?
Yeah, we're going to be doing this marriage intensive starting tomorrow.
Oh, so it's tomorrow?
Yeah, it starts tomorrow at 6 o'clock, and then it's all day, 9 to 9, except for supper on Friday and Saturday, and then break for church, and then back 1 to 6 on Sunday.
Wow! Yeah, you sound like you're in training. Like that's a lot of info. But it'll be good. It's with Uncle Jerry, so you guys will have fun learning together.
And I really like the people that are hosting it. It's not their. I don't know if they might have done it before at their church, but I've visited there the last 2 times, last 2 Sundays, because I did kind of like this heart healing session that was a separate ministry that was housed at the church, And then I said, I've never been prophesied over. And they said, oh, you can sign up for that. And so it was two Sundays later. So I went ahead and went to the service before. I really like it there.
Nice. So they
And it's where we live too, because our church is 35 minutes to drive.
yeah, and now this one is right around the corner. Or are you a lot closer?
Yeah, a lot closer.
Oh, nice.
And it's a small church too, but it's really I guess they've been in existence for 30 years,
Oh.
but they're really deeply in tune with God. You could say.
That's good. That's good to find a spot like that. Yes, yes. We've been a group of Mormon kids have been hanging around, trying to, yeah, but they're
Yeah.
kind of pushy.
Yeah. Did Uncle Jerry ever talk to you? Or?
Yeah, we got to talk a little bit, just a little bit through text, not in person so much. But yeah, I was able to curtail them. But yeah, it was it was a lot.
Yeah. Okay. They really put on full court press.
Yes. Yeah. And it was interesting because we have a disconnect there because of they would be coming over they came over to the house and also wearing masks too. So and that's just something that I don't have my kids around or anything. So I just don't want to, that's for me. That's like I don't know. I don't know if that's like out of sign of like they were doing it out of respect or anything. But it was 100 degrees out. Like it just seemed too hot to have it on.
Yeah.
But,
And if you don't have a mask on, why would they have a mask? Why wouldn't they just rip theirs off?
Right. And I just some things like I just feel like for me, especially coming from that background. Aren't we supposed to breathe in air? So I was like, it just seemed like it was not like they're preaching one thing but doing something else. It was just very, it was, I didn't, so I didn't want to be upsetting to them or anything. I didn't want to, so I kind of just like inched my way away. But it took a while. I was like, I'm trying to be subtle.
Person.
What?
And you're a busy person.
I know, right? Yeah, but I'm trying to really, really slow down a lot more. Just really be present. Yeah, trying to get so much stuff off the calendar as much as we can. So, yeah, just so that because we can hang out with the boys. We were 4 days camping again, so that was super fun. We went to the American River, and we're going again not this weekend but next weekend. So,
how far of a drive is that?
So we've only done 4 hours. That was the furthest. And we're really, I don't know, we're really debating whether we can make it happen for end of August, beginning of September to drive out the RV. So I just feel that we need to come in and see Kelly's dad. And it would be nice to see Mom again, She's doing well. It looks good. She's doing well, So, but we mapped it out, 24 hours straight into Chicago. It's 24 hours to get us straight to Emily's house, which is in Oklahoma. And we're going to try.
24 hours?
I think we're going to have to drive 24 hours straight.
Just to get to Oklahoma.
Just to get to Oklahoma. And then we're going to spend one night. We're going to spend one night. The next day we're going to just relax, hang out with Emily for a day. And then we're going to get up the following day, haul it to Crystal Lake, which will be 13 hours. Another 13 hours. And then we're just going to set up shop and not move because we're going to be so tired for driving 24 hours one day and then another 13 hours. But if we do that and we don't split it up, if we do haul it there like super fast, And the kids just sleep in the car, and Kelly and I take turns. Like, we take every 3 hours, we just switch three, because we have to get gas every 3 hours. So if we just switch, we'll get 8 days in Chicago. So we'll get a good solid chunk of 8 days. Basically 7 days. And then on the 8th day, I typed in the fastest way we can go back. And it puts 24 hours exactly, puts us at Mona, Utah. It just is a straight across to Mona, Utah. And then 13 hours, it's another 13 hours. So it'd be the same way on the way back, but just the faster route. And just try that. I know we were trying to see if we can even come up. I was like, how much further to Minnesota? But Kelly only has 2 weeks off. That's it. 2 weeks off. So I'm so bummed. So I don't know if there's a chance of you guys coming down when we're there. It'd be over.
The problem is,
school.
Uncle Jerry has a man camp, I think like the second weekend of August.
I think this will be September. This might be September.
Oh, September. Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
September's a different story.
Let me get my calendar real quick because I thought I wrote it down. Yeah, I don't know. It's interesting. She's like, we're going to be able to travel up until September 21st, but they're going to lift the mask mandate on September 21st. The mask. I still won't travel on a plane. I'm not putting my kids in this. I'm not doing this. So we're in a little bit of a conundrum. So that's why I'm like, oh, I guess we got to drive. But the mask mandate will be lifted on September 21st. So if it lifts, then maybe we could do like a Christmas time coming home too on the plane. If nothing is put in place of that being lifted, that would be nice. So I don't know. But so anyways, we are trying to look at coming out. Basically, Tuesday the 31st through Tuesday the 7th. Tuesday to Tuesday. So Tuesday the 31st. So that would be that first weekend of September. You know, I don't know.
Which is Labor Day.
Is that Labor Day? And Labor Day is on Monday. Yeah. You guys, yeah. So if we can drive it, which we're still going back and forth. We're still going back. Because that's, I don't know, it's $5, it's 5 miles a gallon at $5 a gallon. So we're looking at $2,500 in gas just alone.
Oh my goodness.
You know. But we're also looking at $2,000 for plane tickets too for 4 people, right? So you're looking at the same amount, right? It's just going to be a little bit longer and more on our will to be able to breathe, right?
Why does it have to cost $2,000 for a plane trip? Sometimes is it cheaper?
And so we've always spent about $500 a person. So and there's 4 of us, so we're looking at $2,000. I know. So I mean that's kind of what we're trying to do. I'm really trying to think about Kelly and seeing his father, you know.
Oh yeah.
Mm-hmm.
He's really wanting to see his dad.
Well, he got the first V, then he got the second one, and now he really can't see out of his eyes, and now he really can't walk anymore, and now he can't really process that much information anymore, so that a lot of his he got ripped off by the bank account, like somebody just ripped him off. Like he gets too easily confused now. So, and it all happened literally within months of getting the V. His health, and I knew it. His health literally was this and now you could see it in his face. You could see it in you could just see it. I'm not happy. I'm not. I think he needs to see him. Yeah.
I don't understand why it keeps going on and on either. You know, why more and more people are doing it, and why they're still pushing it.
Well, Shanna and I have an idea that they're just, they've gone too far. They don't want to quit. They're pushing into 2030. They're trying so hard, I think, but they're what? Oh, they're going door to door here in California. They're going door to door, knocking on your door.
And it doesn't even, it's not even a permanent thing.
No. The weirdest thing I was what?
Another strain comes, and then they'll say you need another one.
I know.
It's a false security, a false promise. I put in that it costs, well, I guess it costs $279 for a round trip from San Jose to California.
Oh, nice.
Yeah. Abigail has a really good app that it's called Skiplagged. All one word, Skiplagged, and you can find you can just use it as a reference, and then you can book directly with the company if you want.
For flights.
Nice. It's really easy to use, and that's from. So what day are you leaving California?
We're looking to leave on the 20 or the 27th, Friday the 27th.
And what day do you need to come back?
We would come back on Friday the 10th. Wash your hands right now, guys, before you eat. Wash your hands.
If you came back on Friday the 9th, on Thursday the 9th, it's $260 from the 27th.
What airline?
Actually it's $314.
Yeah, about 300. So that sounds really cheap. That sounds good. But I'm still not masking though, so we're still in a little bit of a conundrum until after September 21st.
Well, my one friend, she sent me this. Have you ever heard of Hank Kunneman before?
Have you heard of what?
A pastor named Hank Kunneman.
Mm-mm.
He's on YouTube, and my friend watches him sometimes, and another friend of mine watches him too. But he and his wife were in our youth group when I was still in youth group. Right before I came to Minnesota, they started dating.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway, he's like a prophet, and he's maintained all along that that God's gonna turn our country around and stuff like that. But he recently said that he believes that 4th of July is going to be kind of a marker where the Lord's going to accelerate things. So we'll see.
That'd be nice. Accelerate the goodness because good always prevails. That's my gut instinct is we're not going to be in this forever. So I'm already out of it. The day it started, it did drag me in a little bit, but thank you. But I am also out. Dinner, junk food. But yeah, I'm also I think it's like I'm kind of hungry. But yeah, I think it is. Yeah, it can't go like this forever. That's for sure. Thank you.
And Okay. And I know that. You know, you can, and I firmly believe that that President Trump is still our president, but it's the military that's in charge. I still believe that, and I think that it will come out, by sometime in September, and as early as mid-August. But we'll see. We'll see. Until it happens.
I know, right?
One thing in the Q movements or the Q drops, QAnon, he said we're going to save Israel for last because it's the Zionist Jews, the what do they call it? I forget what they're called, but it's not they're not religious Jews. They're more satanic Jews, basically, and they're the ones who've been pulling all the strings all these decades. And apparently, I think it's Rockefeller or the other are Rothschild. I think it was Rothschild, maybe one of those. When Israel became a nation, it basically he owned it. He owned it, and so that it's kind of like where the seat of it all is right now. So right now, I think they're trying to behind the scenes deal with it.
I got chills. That's scary. That's scary. Anytime that name is brought up, too, just gives me chills. The Rothschilds. Mm-hmm.
Apparently, it was there was a lot of lies. The whole thing with World War II was a lie. But I haven't watched any of the documentaries about it. But there's some highly recommend ones that I just don't spend the time on it.
Yeah, I think all wars are a lie. All wars are for money.
Yep, yeah, and not caring about people. We're like cattle.
Cattle. I say that we're cockroaches. They think of us like they're just like we're ants. We're indispensable, right? Yeah.
More like dispensable, not indispensable.
Yeah, that's right. Indispensable for that. So,
the other big lie, the two biggest lies, according to Ezra Cohen Watnick, is World War II and the Earth.
Does he believe the Earth is flat?
He doesn't say that per se, but basically, he doesn't believe it's a globe. He believes it's a dome. And that they've lied to us how far the sun is and how far the stars are. And apparently, we've never been to space. None of the satellites have been to space. It's all CGI as far as, and just, Stanley Kubrick, do you know that director or whatever?
I've heard of him.
He was the one who directed the landing on the moon as a movie, basically. And so, anyway, we cannot penetrate the atmosphere. It's like there's a thick ice wall. They've tried to nuke it. The deep state have tried to nuke it. They tried to drill through it, and it just fills right back in.
From space, it's like an outer shield of almost ice. Like that why they're creating the nuclear bombs to try to get it out and over, and it's not penetrating it?
I don't know if that's why they created the nuclear bombs, but apparently they've tried a nuclear bomb on it before.
Wow.
But they cannot penetrate it. And so while NASA, who gets $5 million a day, has been distracting us to look up, everything's happening under.
That would make 100% sense. I've always been very curious about what has been going on with all the tunnels, everything, all the drilling, all the sounds you hear, all the booms that are happening underground. And all my research of the rabbit hole and going down the V rabbit hole, like all the vaccine stuff and everything. they did bring up this. There has been a lot of talk about the Earth might not be a globe. It might be, and then you got to think about the firmament, the water below, the water above. I mean, come
Yep.
on,
Yep.
how easily. I mean, think about if I always thought about, well, if God flooded it, could you easily just flood it like when Noah's time? You know, like 40 it would rain for 40. Where was all this water? You know, coming from? You know, was it from clouds or was it from something above? But yeah, that's very good questions. Yeah, I could definitely resonate with what you're saying. Yeah. But not many people will look at us like we're crazy, though.
I know.
Don't say that out loud.
I know, you can't talk to people without feeling really silly.
Oh my goodness. Isn't that the truth?
Well, anyway, I think evil will always be with us. They can't completely root it out.
Mm-hmm.
But they're trying to get as much of it as they can so it can't come roaring back, you know?
Yeah. Oh my.
But apparently, it's easier said than done. Because they're, trying to do it with the least amount of bloodshed. Because, the other side doesn't care about bloodshed.
Mm-hmm.
And so they'll use it against.
Mm-hmm. For sure. Yeah, I don't, I've been trying to really just stay in the white light and stay in the light and just not even like, I don't want to touch that. That could just stay way over there. We're just going to go way over here. Wow.
I don't spend much time on it. I just read as just posts mainly. That's about it. I'm so thankful. I used to spend hours, and hours that, and it wasn't ever satisfying, It's like, now what? What else can I find? But now since the middle of February, God's been drawing me, and like never before.
Oh, that's awesome to hear.
Yeah, what happened was when Naomi was, you have to go.
No.
When Naomi was going to go to Portugal,
Mm-hmm.
I went to her meetings with her from day one. She had about 4 or 5 meetings maybe before she left. And the first meeting, my ears just really perked up. When the leader was talking about,
Thank you.
What it's like when they go on mission and stuff. It's like, that's the kind of Christianity that I want, where they're led by the Holy Spirit, and it doesn't matter doesn't matter how mature and far along you are in your walk with God. It doesn't matter what's going on with the other person. It's His work. It's His work, and we just have to cooperate with it. And I mean, if we want to enjoy the blessing of it, and then the second time I went, I had to go back inside the mission. It's like a little tiny 1-room place on a corner of a inner city block, and they call it Safe City, and they do a once a week food distribution, but otherwise they do other outreaches and stuff, and they have prayer 5 mornings a week, and then 2 evenings a week where they have a lot of singing, praise and worship. And so anyway, the second time I went to the meeting, it was over, and Naomi wanted to quick go to McDonald's with her friend, but I recorded the meeting, and I was at 1%, and I had a hard time charging on the way there with her cord. It wasn't syncing with my phone. And so I went inside. Normally I would kind of hide in my car, away from people and stuff. So, but I went back into the building hoping to see somebody's charger, and was able to get one right there inside. And then Naomi's teacher came and sat next to me and started talking, and And then just in the process, and I shared something with her that, just to help her keep an eye on Naomi and stuff in a particular way. And it was something I felt guilty about. And she felt, kind of more compassion for me than she did about the situation. And she just encouraged me with the scripture that I had actually memorized before, but and I didn't remember it right away. But in the night, the Lord reminded me of it, and it's there is therefore now no condemnation for those who are in Christ Jesus. For the law of the Spirit of life has set you free from the law of sin and death. And anyway, so the next time I saw her, I went to one of their prayer meetings all by myself, out of the blue, and they're like, "Oh, Naomi's mom's here." It's just a small group of people and stuff. Anyway, so afterwards I said, I really want God to change me and stuff like that. And I said, I appreciate you encouraging me. It's like she spoke it to my spirit. She spoke those words to my spirit. She didn't just say them. She spoke them to my spirit. And so she said, what? How about you spend some more time with the rest of the chapter? And so I determined that I was going to just study the first 11 verses because, as you know, the Bible kind of breaks things up into sections by they just go with each other, and then there's another kind of direction. So anyway, I put it to melody almost right away, but some of the melody I changed. But last year, when the lockdown started happening in Minnesota, I was just wanting to go under the covers, and the boys came home from school and stuff, and it's like, oh no, the world's coming to an end. I just wanted to just escape, and but the Lord directed me to a chapter in the Bible that I've always, since a teenager, I've been drawn to it. It's the longest chapter in the Bible, Psalm 119, and it's all about. Have I told you this before?
Mm-mm. I don't think so.
It's all about every verse in Psalm 119. There's 176 verses. Every verse talks about the Bible, except for maybe one verse. And so the Lord helped me for the first time ever to put the Bible to song. I've sung other people's melodies before on different verses, but so I memorized 7-8 verse sections in 2020, and just meditated on them over and over and over, and I think definitely God used that to prepare me for mid-February, when I felt like He just came and started pursuing me, basically.
So cool to hear that story. So did you have you sung the verse? Have you sung it out?
Yeah, I mean, I've sung them hundreds of times, probably. And then would you like me to sing?
Yeah.
I don't sing that good, but I'm not musical, but I love to sing to the Lord. Romans 8, 1-11. There is therefore now no condemnation for those who are in Christ Jesus, for the law of the Spirit of life has set you free in Christ Jesus. And then I sing it different ways, but from the law of sin and death, for God has done what the law, weakened by the flesh, could not do, by sending His own Son. In the likeness of sinful flesh, and for sin He condemned sin in the flesh, in order that the righteous requirement of the law might be fulfilled in us who walk not according to the flesh, but according to the Spirit. For those who live according to the flesh set their minds on things of the flesh, but those who live according to the Spirit set their minds on things of the Spirit. For to set the mind on the flesh is death, but to set the mind on the Spirit is life and peace. For the mind set on the flesh is hostile to God, for it does not submit to God's law, indeed it cannot. Those who are in the flesh cannot please God. You, however, are not in the flesh, but in the Spirit, if in fact the Spirit of God dwells in you. Anyone who does not have the Spirit of Christ does not belong to him. But if Christ is in you, although the body is dead because of sin, the Spirit is life because of righteousness. If the Spirit of Him who raised Jesus from the dead dwells in you, He who raised Christ Jesus from the dead will also give life to your mortal body through His Spirit who dwells in you. He gives life because of righteousness. He gives life and peace to the mind that is stayed on the Spirit. He gives life to your mortal bodies through His Spirit who dwells in you. He dwells in you. If the same Spirit that raised Jesus from the dead dwells in you, then there's no condemnation.
KJ, stop that now.
Christ
Pick it up or we're going home.
Jesus, the Spirit of life has set you free.
In the garbage now.
Free.
In the garbage
In
before we go
Christ
home.
Jesus, Christ Jesus has given you the victory through His Spirit who dwells in you.
Nice. Woohoo! The melody was really great. So you came up with that, like which words to emphasize and which ones not to?
Yeah.
Nice.
And at the end, I do like a meditation improvisation, just to re-emphasizing some of it.
Now, was that the whole verse? Was that the whole?
That was 1 through 11.
1
and
through 11.
I think there's 43 verses in the chapter. It's quite a chapter.
Yeah.
It's a packed chapter. I recommend it.
Yeah. Oh my. Wow, that was really good. That was beautiful.
For someone who's not musical.
Yeah. But the melody, it flowed. So like it just rolled off the tongue. You could hear all the words, yeah.
It's a powerful. God has used that to bring me into His presence many times. Because in His presence there's fullness of joy, and He will make it known to us the path of life. In His presence there's fullness of joy. But it's like He rewards diligent seekers, and that's a way that I can diligently seek Him and find Him and be in His presence. That's one of the key verses or passages that He's used in these last 4 months.
Mm-hmm. Nice, beautiful.
So I'm still kind of in process. It probably took around 3 months. Probably it's like about a month ago that I had any kind of breakthrough. I was seeking Him like I never sought Him before. Spending time every day with Him, and I never was able to do that before. And going to prayer meetings, which were more like worship and song mostly. But anyway, so it was kind of, so I kind of went to a period of hope deferred, makes the heart sick.
Mm-hmm.
And then on this one Saturday, on May 15th, I just felt like He just came and got me. I felt like, I think it was about a week or two before that, I texted kind of a mentor friend and I said, if lostness is what I need for me to be where I need to be, I know God will find me, and I know that I will find Him. And there I went for kind of like in an abyss for about a couple weeks. but then I didn't realize that I had hope deferred. I know that verse very well. Hope deferred makes the heart sick, but I didn't really. I had this weepiness, this heaviness, that was easily elicited in me, and I've gone to a lot of Kleenexes. And anyway, just on May 15th, I felt like he just kind of came and got me, and just showed me a particular hindrance that was kind of holding me from him, and that was I had this. I don't want to talk to you. I mean, if you have to go either.
No. Yeah. You had this hindrance of what?
It was kind of like a lifelong practice of being mute with God. It's like I would just internalize everything instead of letting him in on it. I would have times of prayer, like as a teenager, after our service for the youth service, which was 13 years. You had to be 13 years old, but then there was no graduation. You could be an adult. There was lots of adults, so we had these really great services. And afterwards, I'd spend a long time praying, but I didn't know how to do that every day. And so, anyway. I, as you know, am kind of a quiet person. You can see me, how I am in the groups and stuff. Anyway, my voice is kind of muted from as long as I can remember in general, and then I carried that with God, and so he just kind of showed me that I had a learned muteness with him and was internalizing everything, and then 4 days later, he coupled with that a verse, the other most meditated on sung passage during these 4 months was one of the passages that I memorized last year in Psalm 119. My soul clings to the dust. Give me life according to your word. When I told of my ways, you answered me. Teach me your statutes. So it was the second verse of the 8th verse. And I had sung that, meditated on that because I connected it with another verse in the previous chapter. When I told them my ways, you answered me, teach me your statutes. In the previous chapter is, out of my distress, I called on the Lord. The Lord answered me and set me free. The Lord is on my side. I shall not fear what commanded to me. That's part of it. So I connected it with distress, calling him in distress. And it was just kind of, that was it. But and it still was comforting, and because I'm definitely in touch with distress, Anyway, but he just kind of opened my eyes that he wants me to tell him of my ways, everything. He wants me to tell him everything, And even though I can't hear his voice, and that was one of the other reasons why I had given up, is because I gave up that I could hear his voice. I gave up that I could feel his love. And but anyway, even though I don't hear his voice, I'm trusting that he is, Anyway, back to the mid-February, that it's the Holy Spirit's work. I can trust that he will do whatever it takes. Doesn't matter how dense I am, how simple I am, that I can't get it. He's going to help me get it. Whatever it is, he's going to help me fill in the blanks. And so, anyway, so that was a really life-changing for me to know that he wants me to tell him everything and to not internalize everything. It's still, it doesn't come natural, so I'm still working on it.
It'd be like a work in progress, right? It does okay, I got the message, but now how do I actually implement it right now? It's going to take some time, right? But yeah, that's...
So the Lord's used different people, like the group that Naomi went to the missions trip with. They were. I really was encouraged, and I've done a lot of writing, and mainly the writing I've been doing is texting myself, and then sharing them with mentor friends and that sort of thing, and then they kind of just keep it, they'll just, how you can you can say,
Oh, yeah.
you can love the message.
Yeah.
Anyway, that sort of thing. Or amen, it was some,
Yeah,
that
right,
type of
right.
thing. It's just kind of confirming voices that just start, even though it's like this is what I've wanted my whole life, and I had given up, and so it's easy for me to think, because I'm in this prolonged lack of breakthrough, even though I'm searching diligently like I never have before, and daily like I've never had before. So it was good to have those confirming voices while I was before I was having any breakthroughs.
Yeah.
And then when I was at the place is called Godtown, and I would, for the first time I went on a Tuesday morning. I had never been on a Tuesday morning, and they had a Bible study after the worship time, and that was right around the lostlessness. And at the end of their time, I kind of said something along those lines, and then one of them said, "Well, there's some, special prayer ministry that she had gotten that really helped her." She said, "Maybe you want to do this," and so my husband, Uncle Jerry, he had something with a group that he was involved with too that he had been wanting me to, and that they call it heart healing. And so I ended up setting it up with both organizations. One happened like May 20th or something, and the other one happened June 1st. The one that happened June 1st was in person, and when she first, Katie from Godtown, when she first was showing me, there's like 3 different places, and the one on the top, she said, "This one's really good, and I think they do Zoom, but they're an hour away." And I said, "Oh, that's really." So I drive 45 minutes to get to Godtown, and so it was right here in my city. And so it was 2 weeks from the time I scheduled it to the time I went, June 1st. And so then I went to the service at that church, and so actually it wasn't on a Sunday, it was on a Wednesday. June 1st was on Wednesday, and at the end of it, I said, I'd never been prophesied over, and they said, "Oh, you can sign up for it." So then on June 1st, so it would have been June 13th, I went to the service, and then there was 5 people, 3 men and 2 women. And we were in a circle, and they just started speaking to me about different encouragements and stuff, not knowing me from Adam. And they wanted me to record it, and I recorded it and stuff. So I've been listening to a lot. And but I really enjoyed the service. And so anyway, I feel like so anyway, they're the ones that are hosting this marriage retreat too.
Oh, fun. To have somebody that you connect with, like a place that connects. And is this Uncle Jerry's first time with this group, or no?
Yeah, he's never been there.
He's never, yeah.
He was sick last Sunday. He's just getting over being sick.
Gotcha.
So, but he knows a fair amount. But basically, the church that I grew up in, they believed in the fullness of the Holy Spirit. But there was only evidence, not as much as, it's like, the Bible says in the end times, God will pour out his Spirit on all flesh. Old men will dream dreams, young men will see visions, or something like that. Anyway, but if you look at 1 Corinthians chapter 14, talks about pursue love and earnestly seek the gifts of the Holy Spirit, especially that you will prophesy. 1 Corinthians chapter 14, starting in verse 1. And And then like First Thessalonians 5, I think 20, it says, "Do not despise prophecy, but test everything. Hold fast to what is good." And in other places, but anyway, this church really operates in the prophetic, and I just starting last year in the lockdown, and then the day after the election, I just have really felt drawn to my roots, where that was sought and desired and things like that. Whereas the church that your Uncle Jerry and I have been going to for the last 23 years, they're not so much practicing that, but yeah, there's a remnant that is desiring that, but trying to stay within the leadership's harmony and everything at the same time. So
That could be a challenge.
yeah, so they had a Sunday school class this last school year called Prayer Lab, and since God kind of arrested my attention in February, I started going to that class, and they definitely, pray for healing and pray for, words of knowledge, or just, want the fullness of the Holy Spirit so they can minister to people. So anyway, I feel like God's kind of put this church in our lap, because I'm not the type that church hops, I've been texting the one who's in charge of not texting, but emailing the one who's in charge of the marriage retreat, because on their website they have a marriage ministry, and she's listed as her and her husband. But I didn't realize until I had emailed her twice that she's actually the lead pastor, listed as the lead pastor too. But she's very down to earth. I went to the service again this last Sunday, and during the singing, she just walks from her seat and goes and hugs somebody that walked in. So it's not real. I don't know. They're just carrying people, and just really want all that God has.
How did Naomi find out about it? I mean,
well, so her teacher, the one who came and sat next to me, her name is Karen. She teaches at the school that Naomi graduated from, even though Naomi was only there one day a week. She was there 2 years prior also, or this was her third year. And they just kind of, the one who founded the school in 1999, she had coffee with Naomi last year and said, "Naomi, if you want to come one day, it's 1,000. 2 days, 2,000. 5 days, 5,000, basically. Whatever you want. You can come and you can be a part, and you can graduate with the school." And so that's what we did. Mm-hmm. She took the PSEO, the post-secondary education option, where Minnesota pays for her to take the college classes that she takes. That's what she mainly did for graphic arts.
Nice.
But one day a week she went to Hand in Hand Christian Montessori. It's Montessori. Mm-hmm. So her teacher is a teacher there, and her husband are in ministry at Godtown.
Oh, gotcha. Yeah. Okay, that's how it all got connected. Mm-hmm. That's beautiful. 2 worlds. I know, right? And it's so close to your house too. It's beautiful how it works out.
Well, Godtown is 45 minutes in St. Paul, but it was worth it. And Jerry said that he was wanting to serve me. He said, "I want to serve you during this season of your life." Uh-huh. And he said, go do it. That's fine, but this is just for a season.
Just go experience it. Well, you get to experience it and see what happens, and it sounds like you found a really awesome spot. Mm-hmm.
Now I have something. Yeah, I've always, or since I moved to this city that we're in, but we keep moving further away from our friends in some way. Well, not keep, but now we have moved further from our friends. And I was like, I don't know anybody in this town, and I was kind of lamenting. Now I'm starting to this church, basically.
Bunch more people. My alarm's going off. Hold on a second. I just hear it like going on. To this side. Pick that up, everybody. You're back. Excellent. That was my alarm. To mine my cryptocurrency. I know, right?
You better not have cryptocurrency. It's a Ezra Kowan says it's bad news.
What?
It says buy silver.
Buy solar? I didn't buy any crypto. I'm not buying any Bitcoin or anything, but buy solar. I was just mining it. Yeah, I had a feeling.
Physical silver, he said.
If it's just going to, if the Federal Reserve is just going to print money, Bitcoin's the same. They're just printing it, right? Just printing it. Yeah, interesting.
So, and then there's also, I think it was like the middle of April, they had someone from Godtown said, we're not meeting our usual Thursday evening. Just for this time, we're going to be at the prophetic conference, which was not too far from there. And the people that put on the prophetic conference is called Miracles in the Marketplace. And I've been going to their Thursday meetings ever since, basically, last 8 out of 9 weeks. And he teaches about being in God's presence and about his glory. Because Moses said, show me your glory. And basically, when God showed him his glory, people couldn't look at him. He had to cover his head, because anyway. But he talks about, if Moses can ask God to show us his glory, we can too. And he believes that we can live in his glory, but his glory comes to us, through us, and then back to him, because we don't want to have his glory. We want to give it back to him. But anyway, but by having it, it's his presence, but even better in a way. But also it blesses other people. So he teaches a lot about that. It starts at 7 o'clock, and he's still going at 10 o'clock, or he's just wrapping it up at 10 o'clock. And then we have a worship time at the beginning, and then he teaches for like 2.5 hours, and then he prays for anyone who wants physical healing. Like metal disappears from people's bodies, backs are healed and cancer. And they have a lot of people that send in prayer requests. They have a prayer team that prays for all these prayer requests that come in.
Wow.
So,
that's amazing. But it sounds like a really great place to be part of, because I always think, like when you said that about that praying, because that's what Auntie Rosie had. Auntie Rosie said when Michael got in that car accident, that's what really helped him, was really that power of prayer. So how amazing that the church that you found takes time to do that in that kind of way, like weekly, daily, takes that amount of time.
So those are 3 different entities. There's the Godtown, there's the Miracles in the Marketplace, and then there's the church that I've been visited twice called Living Waters Church. But it turns out, Miracles in the Marketplace, it has the guy who teaches and his wife, which is Craig and Susie. They're the ones that are in Montana this week. Remember, I wanted to go to that.
You sent me that thing. That looked really cool.
I know. Yeah. Hopefully next year.
Yes, yeah. Keep me posted when you first see it. That way it gets on the calendar. That looks cool. Great. Montana, too, is just gorgeous.
Montana what?
It's just gorgeous, too. Just gorgeous as well. Yeah.
So anyway, Miracles in the Marketplace, they have 3 couples on the board. It's the one who does the teaching for 2.5 hours every Thursday, Craig and Susie, who were born to Montana. And it's the Bougies, and they have a gas station in Elk River, and they have a regional petroleum business, distribution business. Well, it turns out the Bougies go to Living Waters Church.
Oh,
And they prayed for me after church on the first week that I was there, because I went up for prayer.
that's so cool.
Yeah.
It's so interconnected, but I think it's meant to be like that, right?
I mean, I knew the Bougies were in Elk River, and it's an Elk River church. And then also Craig and Susie, she says they live in Elk River too, but where their meeting is at a hotel that's 30 minutes away from here. So I think they wanted something more central, in the cities.
Yeah.
Anyway, we should wrap it up. Do you want to say hi to Uncle Jerry?
Yeah, it was great talking to you, Auntie Rhonda. Have a wonderful birthday. Happy early birthday. Yeah.
Yeah, so we'll be on our
You'll be on your retreat. Enjoy.
Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah.
Actually, I don't know where Uncle Jerry went.
All right. Well, big hugs. Say goodbye. Say goodbye
Okay.
for me and to the kids. And it was great catching up with you. I love chit-chatting with you and hearing that story just, right there.
Thanks. And it's a story in progress.
Yeah. Well, of course. Yeah, and then it's a beautiful one, too.
Thank you.
Mhm.
And I'm glad that you have separated from the Mormons.
Took a while. But yes, we have separated, we have said hello, and then we have parted. Yes. Yeah.
Now you know.
Yeah. Yes.
Okay.
All
I
right.
love and miss you.
I love you too. All right. Bye.
Bye-bye.
Yeah, I was not expecting that to be an hour. But it is her birthday, and I guess she hasn't really. I haven't talked to her in a while. But did you hear what she said? She was basically super depressed since, and she's going through tons of Kleenex. So she needed somebody to talk to. She needed somebody to literally spill it out to. And that's, she was just because it got to her. The whole election, all of it, the whole masking, the whole rights being taken away. She got super depressed all the way up until February. And that's when she started to get out of it. So almost a year. I would say I was in it for a little bit too, until I kind of shocked that she really let go. Like she was telling me she's going through a bunch of Kleenexes. She even left the church. She found a different church. I was kind of shocked to hear that. And she's like, Uncle Jerry says, don't be there long. But she found the church. It sounded like she found a church that does spiritual, where the church that she was at didn't even. You heard her. She's like, gee, it's the Holy Spirit. So she wants a church that's going to foster those people that hear the Holy Spirit. And some churches, I think they're not like, here, get closer to God. They're like, here, pay our pocketbooks. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's how the churches were in the past. Like they all move away from God. It becomes about the money.
And so she's feeling that with the church that her Uncle Jerry been with for 25 years. And she just happened to find this new church through Naomi, and she's starting to feel like this is her church. It's like these people that's great for me. They do Bible studies and prayer, you know, and it sounded like the Holy Spirit talking to her too, you know. And I was like, and then she said something that was interesting. She said in the end times, that God will send His Holy Spirit so that all the men will see Him in their dreams and the young men will see visions. That's some fucking weird. This is the copy. I did not like that. Like when she said that, I was like, ooh, that's not okay.
Can I just see visions and not be end times?
Yes.
He literally led to writing for Lotus, California.
Oh yeah, it's so
And
funny.